Trying to do some last minute stuff. I looked up and I was like, oh, I'm really late.
Start.
I know. There's something in here.
Probably hay. The hay.
9:19. 9:19.
Yeah, it's hay. My feet.
Oh, you got some right here.
Throw it over there.
It's there.
Thank you.
Come on, Elise.
Okay,
Let's go.
good morning, everyone. Good morning, tribal members. Today is February 3rd, 2026. We are going to begin our tribal council meeting. First, I will call the meeting to order at 9:20 a.m., February 3rd, 2026. Before we get started, I would ask Miss Catherine Jacket to get the invocation for us. Miss Jacket?
Calvin, take care of this part this morning, and Matt. Good morning, everyone. New chill, 2 weeks goes. So I'll go ahead and go into my prayer. Think about everybody in my prayer, community, manok new chill. Okay, no. On them two naked palm, last naked up, Jim took me out. Jabats me out, and was getting the move to the good work. Un po' guapo c'è another Boston would do the positive things in life, and all of us that Veronica the council why Boston about the about the red the new occupied the way community, you know, about the concept what about do we get one of the naked one more but help us to make good choices on our decision making this morning and throughout the day while we're reading with the wide again one of the naked when I gave do us and the new to us and we're no way and all of us in with the battle this morning we'll have one of the fight for the way. Nike Korean, we are with Bapasan, and we don't need to positive aid or aid is smarter or over do what make them I gave what when the work out of each and every one of us in the community that is full and is watching and watching and the name of us of Nike, you know, and mentally, physically, spiritually. To bless us in that way too. When do that, I get Habas up this up new to answer mark to some answer struggling mentally, physically. What one work out to see more blow and you know, I so I can people that are in hospital Habas up work out to some new to near almond born ulcerated Habas up to be strong. And get ourselves in make out and do that system where they move and learn race to do about and they do rockets in on double on seven all of us into do about more the other would race that should take care of us as we walk upon you and lead us in a good way to do this flag. Hey, that's listener that this morning I'm just looking out it's for no art again. We grew up to see him to man we do think work God it's bad when we look at each and every one of us, our home place that we all came from to care but not work. As we traveling, you know, some of our council they travel mapa care of them and bring them home safely to opening. Many Mike and them Snurka no for them today for this day that you've given us. Thank you again, one of you make it this beautiful day to make it most paper. For the days ahead, make a way for us, help us to do what we learn again. The way up.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Lopez, can you give us the roll call, please?
Tommy Knight here, Marilyn House here, Win Cat C here, Elston Turtle,
He's on top.
Catherine Jacket,
Here.
Conrad Jacket,
Here.
Selwyn Whitestone.
Here. Okay, we have a council of 6 members. One is on travel to the tax credit housing meeting in Denver. That is Councilman Turtle, Elston Turtle. So we do have an established quorum. At this time, I will go to the agenda and I will ask for the approval of the agenda. Council members, can you please review the council agenda, and if there is a suggested changes that needs to be made, a deletion from the agenda or an add-on to the agenda?
Chairman,
Treasurer?
yes, I'd like to add on for executive, a discussion on Moss Man Helium, where we're at with their IPA and if it's a go or not. Because it seems the emails that have been going around, there's a lot of confusion, so I'd like to get that settled. Chairman, council.
Okay, over the weekend, or around Thursday, I went ahead and approved the project to move forward on that. So, I got a response from David Blue that he's moving forward on that as well. Do you still want to have that discussion on there?
Chairman,
Yes.
yes, if you already approved this and it's going through energy with David, then I'd like to not have it on agenda. It's already moved forward. Thank you, Chairman, council.
All righty, thank you. Superintendent?
And I just wanted to let Mr. Jacket know that we went ahead and moved on our side as soon as you sent the email. We moved ahead with IESC. So it's in the process. It should be fully approved. I want to say by the end of the week for sure. So,
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
yes, sir.
Ms. Secretary?
Chairman, on number 12, if we're not doing Mothman Helium, if we could add in the tribal ID discussion and the executive session.
Is that a discussion about the ID process, or is it pertaining to the individuals that were in the email employees?
No, it's about just a discussion about our tribal membership that live off the reservation and how we can better equip them for getting their tribal IDs or some sort of tribal identification to them. So in case they're approached by any federal officers regarding their federal Indian enrollment for their safety.
Okay, I will allow the ID, tribal ID discussion to take place pertaining the process of the ID. If it becomes a employee matter, I would like to have the executive director meet with Mr. Scott. If Mr. Scott is not here, he would fall upon Ms. Williams as the comptroller to the second in command for that department, which is a part of Vitals and Member Services Department that would have to be handled in that manner. And a document of the concerns that is going to be submitted for that discussion as well. But we will take up the tribal ID. The tribal ID matters under number 12. Is there any other? Ms. Green?
Chairman, I would like to add in executive session, since it was just filed Friday. a discussion on the pillar action, and I'm seeking a resolution to file a motion to dismiss, but I need to have council approve that because that would be a waiver of sovereign immunity. So I would like to discuss that in executive session.
And that discussion was emailed to everybody, correct?
Correct.
And
And there's
what you filed and what the cost of that.
Mr. Kelly filed.
Mr. Kelly filed
Mr.
that
Kelly filed in the CFR court
for the,
for the pillar. What
yeah,
happened is CFR court has really short timelines. So usually, like if we were in state court or federal court, none of this would take place till after the mediation. But to meet their deadline for his clients, he filed.
Mhm.
But in the contract, we have a waiver of there is no waiver of sovereign immunity. So I have 21 days to respond, and I would just like to file a motion to dismiss because the court doesn't have jurisdiction because of sovereign immunity.
okay. We will add that to number 13. Vice Chairman?
I'd like to also put an addition into executive session to address our hiring practices, clarification of the procedure.
As a conversation to the hiring practices, is that
Yes,
what you're,
yes.
okay? Any other additions that need to be included in this agenda? Seeing and hearing none, I will go to the approval of the agenda. Can I get a motion for the February 3rd, 2026 Tribal Council meeting agenda?
Make a motion.
Motion, Vice Chairman?
Chairman,
Yes.
I second also with the 2 additions to executive.
Okay, I have a second from Treasurer Jacket. I will go to the vote. All those in favor of the February 3rd, 2026 council meeting agenda, including the 2 add-ons with the pillar litigation conversation and the hiring practices, which will be number 12 and 13 included in there. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I have a question. Are
Aye.
we adding the tribal ID discussion? Would it be that next class and then pillar 13?
Okay, correction, that would be the ID. Number 12 will be the 3 additions. Treasure Jacket, we got the ID tribal matter and the pillar litigation and the hiring practice. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? No abstentions. Motion passes 6-5-0. Thank you, Tribal Council. What I have as well, number 2, is the approval council meeting minutes of January 20th, 2026, as well as January 26th, 2026. If you could please review those 2 minutes of the Tribal Council for the month of January.
Oh, no. I forgot about that.
It's pretty salty.
Feel good. Don't start this way, it ends up like this big.
Any questions? Sorry about that. Any questions?
Vice Chair?
Yes, Treasurer.
Vice Chair, if there's no more questions or comments, I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes.
Okay, we have a motion to approve from Treasurer Jacket. And we have a second from Councilwoman Jacket. All those in favor? Any opposed?
Aye.
Any opposed? No abstentions? Okay, motion passes 650.
Were those, both minutes of the 2026?
Yes.
Both, okay. Okay, before us, let me read, the agenda, the council agenda for February. Did you read it? No? Okay. Huh? Yeah. You didn't read the,
For today?
yes.
No.
Okay. Very well. Okay, we have today, this, Tuesday, February 3rd, 2026, the Tribal Council agenda. We had the call to order at 9:20 a.m. Invocation by Ms. Catherine Jacket. The roll call established, Chairman, Vice Chairman, Treasurer, Secretary, Councilwoman Jacket, Councilwoman Knight, Councilman Turtle is on travel. Yeah. We had the approval of the agenda, and that approval of the agenda had an inclusion of 3 items under executive session. We just concluded the approval of the council minutes for January 20th, 2026, January 26th, 2026. The order of business will be as follows. We will do old business. Number 3 is the counseling and treatment. Mr. Richard Harlan, Director. Subtitle A, they introduced a new counselor. B, follow up with the electronic health records. That will be an action item. Number 4 is our Tribal Historical Preservation Office. We have Casey Cook Collins, Superintendent, Mesa Verde National Park. Okay, and subtitle A will be the Mesa Verde General Agreement for Discovery of Ancestors, a notification process, and it will also, that will be an action item. Under new business, we have the Montezuma Cortez School District RE1 Administration Introduction, which will be conducted by the new superintendent, Mr. Eddie Ramirez. Also, under RE1 will be the opportunity to introduce the leadership and campus principles, which is a discussion. And then B will be the request to consider student memorial seeking council approval, which is a discussion. Number 6 is the Water Resource Department, Letitia Yazzie, Director. What she'll bring is subtitle A, is the Colorado Water Congress reappointment of Letitia Yazzie, Water Resource Director. It's an action item. Number 7 will be the Public Health Department. Ms. Tommy Roanhorse, Director, is presenting a grant for approval. Number 8 is the White Mesa Education, Griselda Rogers, Director. This is the IMLS Basic Grant. Number 9 is the BIA updates. Number 10 is the Tribal Council reports. We will adjourn from our main council meeting. We will go into executive session. In executive sessions, we will have subtitle number 11, which will be a contract consultant. One of our consultants, Mr. Peter Ortego of Acadian Desert Consulting LLC, which he will present the Sweetwater Pump Storage Hydropower Project. It's an update. Number 12 is the tribal ID discussion pertaining to off-reservation residents. Number 13 is the pillar litigation by our general counsel, Ms. Green, will bring us an update as well as potential an action item. See where that discussion goes forth. Number 14, we will discuss in discussion the hiring practices of the Ute Mountain Ute tribe as well. And that in itself is what we have today for our council meeting of the Ute Mountain Ute tribe on this day, February 3rd, 2026. So, going back to the agenda, we are now in old business, and we would like to bring up number 3, Counseling and Treatment Director, Mr. Harlan. Richard Harlan, can you make your way to the table? Introduce yourself and your department and what you have brought forth for the Tribal Council.
Hi, I'm Richard Harlan. Thanks for your time today. I'm wanting to discuss contracting to a company to use electronic health records in the Counseling and Treatment Department. I sent the Zoom link, and I'm not sure how the Zoom. I don't know if that person is on the Zoom from the company.
Yes, I am here.
Oh, cool. So this is also Peyton Christensen. I hope I got that name correctly. And she
Yes, hello.
she works with, oh, there we go. RxNT is the company that we're looking at that provides this service of electronic health records. That we had talked about it at another council meeting, and there were some questions about internet security and data security and protecting the tribal members' data. And I'm hoping Peyton can better describe that to you guys. That's not exactly my skills in the IT area.
Perfect. So I really appreciate you inviting me and including me in your council meeting today. I won't take up too much of your time, but my goal is essentially to answer any questions that you had, specifically around data storage and security of your specific patient files and any other questions that you might have for me today. So, specifically with the topic of data security, RxNT, it is a cloud-based software. So what that means for you is your patient files are more secure and backed up. If there is a worst case scenario, a fire, a flood, Richard had let me know there was a hiccup with a phone or data had been deleted from his specific laptop and phone, and so we lost a lot of patient files. And essentially that's what RxNT would solve for you. So our system is going to have multiple locations where your data is secured, HIPAA control or HIPAA compliant, of course, and we can get more into the technicals. We have many, many certifications for security, but everything is housed in the United States. Our entire team is US based as well. It's not a new company. We've been around since 1999, so we're not going anywhere as well. But if there are any specific questions that you have about RxNT, the electronic health record, data, or security, I'm here to answer those for you.
Okay, Secretary House.
Good morning, Richard. I'm glad you came back.
Thank you.
Good morning, Christian.
Hi, yes, my name is Peyton Christian.
Okay. Good morning, Peyton. So I just had a question. So it does say in the terms of use paperwork that we get, it does state that jurisdiction and governing law will be the state of Maryland. Do you know any legal part in that, or?
Yes, we are based in Maryland. So Annapolis, Maryland, right outside of Baltimore is where our headquarters are, which is the reason for that specific state and not Colorado. That being said, we do have an in-house legal team. So if we need to look more specifically into changing specific terms, certainly we can do so. That being said, it's a request we've gotten before, and I believe we are stirred about if the situation were to arise. Certainly we don't want to get to that point, but it would be done in a Maryland state courthouse.
Okay, and then there's no chance of removing the non-waiver language?
That I'm not sure about, but I can certainly follow up with our legal team and get a specific answer for you about that. We do have an in-house legal team. It's the in-house waiver is what you're looking to remove from our terms of service.
Ms. Green.
Yeah, I'm not sure, maybe Richard can clarify. I thought we did send some proposed language, and I thought it was your legal team, but perhaps it wasn't, that rejected our language. Richard, do you know who we sent that language to?
I don't remember there was another guy that I was working with.
Yes.
And right now on the spot, I forgot his name. So yeah, I had been sending
Yes.
some emails back and forth about that legal language. And it seemed the easier way was to go.
Well, it seemed, if I recall, and I'd have to go back and look as well, it seemed like that language was rejected, but I don't know if that was by your legal team or not.
And Peyton, Nikki Green is the tribe's attorney.
Wonderful. Okay.
Sorry.
And most likely it was, but I'm going to follow up on our previous notes. Gavin is my partner here at our XM team. We do have that in-house legal team. So let me follow up on our previous conversations. And that being said, if we want to make it more efficient, I can send a follow-up email if there's any specific follow-up items that we need to check off or language that needs to be changed. I can take that directly to our in-house legal team. She typically takes about a day or two to get a response, but I should be able to get you an answer, either that revised language or a firm no by tomorrow evening.
And then, so on the electronic records, that's not a software, it's a website. Is that what it is?
It's a software, but it's a cloud-based software. So what that means is it is a website essentially. So there's not a server or an application that would have to be downloaded. As long as you have internet, you can access the platform.
Okay, so just, it could be accessed from, if Richard had, another computer, say in his building, he could just, get on that computer to access.
Exactly. It's not one specific device, any device. We do have mobile or travel applications as well. So if we're ever going to a person's home or visiting clinics, RxNT can travel along with you too.
So I just want to let the council know, I visited Richard a couple weeks ago and asked about this program because I was, concerned about it and I just needed, clarification about it. So it's not actually a software that is going to be installed in our computers. It's actually a website, and then he goes and he puts in the patient information, and it's cloud-based, so it's all going to be stored in the cloud. So if you have an iPhone, you're somewhat familiar with the cloud. It's keeps all your files, your important stuff, rather than keeping it on a computer where, say, IT comes in and they want to do something, and then for some reason you can't ever get back what you saved. I know that's happened to several of us, and so this is just the protection of if that ever happens, then what Richard has saved, it wouldn't affect that. And as we all know, we've been talking too about how we're trying to move out of the old paper and cabinet filing system. When I also went down to Richard's department, his department's like so many others where they have tons and tons and tons of paperwork stored in a room, and it does take a lot of space. The filing systems in his office take a very large amount of space. I know that's like that in some other departments where they just don't know where to put the paperwork anymore, just because there's so many that they have. And I know some departments have to save paperwork for so many years after their client is out of their department, or just saving them for personnel purposes. That's all I have.
Any other questions for Ms. Casey?
Chair, I have a question.
Councilwoman?
Good morning, Peyton. I had one question. So with this subscription, will there be like technical assistance available to Richard, or will they assign a consultant, kind of like he
Yes.
has questions and it'll follow him throughout the subscription?
Yes, absolutely. I apologize for cutting you off. So any support needed is going to be built in. We have a dedicated onboarding period where we really hold your hand for the first 2 months getting up and running, just to make sure the patient data files that you already have are being transferred correctly into the system. Richard's feeling supported in those first couple of weeks as well. But yes, anytime we need support, say even a year from now, you can always call us. We'll pick up the phone within 60 seconds. So there will always be somebody there to support if and when situations do arise.
Thank you.
I have one more question.
Ms. Secretary?
And then one last question. I don't know if you'll be able to answer it, Richard. Our CFO isn't here today, but I did see in the resolution, service will be at a reasonable cost. Does your department have enough to pick up that?
We do have the funds.
Okay, all right. And then is that a yearly subscription, or?
It's a monthly subscription. It
Oh.
can be paid yearly for I believe a 10% discount.
Oh, okay. And then do you have the option of thinking on the other side, if it doesn't work out, say something, occurs down the road, and we have that option of, or does Richard have that option of canceling or anything?
That's a great question. We do not have an early cancellation option. So you would be in a 1-year contracted term with us.
Okay, and then Richard, do you feel confident that this will help support your department and the clients that you work with?
I'm very confident it will. I've worked in these systems before when, I was at Access in my own private practice in Cortez. This is a company that other people in Cortez use. And I compared quite a few of the popular companies that do this service, and pricing really varies with a lot of companies. Some of the popular ones, I've read a lot of reviews from other counselors that use these softwares, and some of the other complaints are other companies kind of nickel and dime you. There's just so many different fees. And I liked this package because it's kind of all included in their subscription price. So we know what we're looking at. It's hard for me to explain just how much this will streamline the work that I do. And just because, yes, I do everything on paper and then I have to type it. It will streamline kind of a whole lot of that with communication and, just the intake process. And of course, the data management. There's just so much that it's kind of built into the software instead of me doing everything one piece of paper at a time.
And then just one more closing comment. I just want to let the council also know that what Richard's doing is moving his department into a different era, if you want to say, of electronic. As we all know, our lives are all electronic now. We do banking electronically. We have different things that are our own personal lives and our professional lives deal with electronic. This is just another step into that I believe the tribe would benefit. Not only that, but I want to also commend Richard for not getting complacent in his job title since it's new to him. He's actively looking to better his department and make it easier for his clients and his employees. So I want to commend him also on that, but also let the council know that this is what we always tend to talk about moving forward into the new times that we're coming in, which would be electronically. Thank you.
Vice Chairman and Treasurer. Vice Chairman?
Good morning, and thank you for your attendance. I had one question. Is this subscription transferable? Like if whatever, I'm just speaking realistically. Somewhere down the future, if anything should happen, would this subscription be transferable to another director?
That is a great question, and the answer is yes.
Okay, thank you.
Treasurer?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you, Richard. Thank you for bringing this up. And as you talked to me about it, this would be great for our people who go to treatment, where it's not a paper process, where you're able to electronically send this information over. So get some of those first spots where they're available at. So I'm very much supportive. I know working in the past with John, Kermit, and Andrew, the past executive directors, they talked about this, especially with human resource, the PF process, the TARO process, anything that was paperwork process. And it was to try to bundle them up because each department wanted to use a different company. And John at the time said, no, I'm going to see if I can bundle all these guys together so that they use a separate data software. So this has been talked about 10 years. Actually, it's probably like 11 years since we're 2026. So, and with Councilwoman House, with her comments about electronically, this can be a pilot right here to see how it works out. And I think it would definitely benefit the membership. And I'm going to say this, our members, they hate filling out applications. They hate filling out paperwork. So if this is one way to limit that process, I would like to go with this and see maybe what more they can do. And also, I haven't been to RES, but most conferences that I went to, there's a lot of data software companies out there. So this is not just the only one. There are some that were native based. Oh, John wanted to go native based. That was the wish of the council at that time. They wanted to use somebody native based. So there are native companies who are around, and so I'd like to put that out there. Maybe if Richard can go out and get 3 different quotes from 3 different data people, data software, I think that'd be great. That's how our process works with any bidding process. But I definitely like what you're presenting. I'm definitely all for it. But that'd be my comments. Chairman, Council.
Okay, thank you, Treasurer. Ms. Jacket, Councilwoman, you have any comments?
Yes, one, thank you for coming, Richard and Miss
Pat?
Payton.
Payton.
I can't get it. Anyway.
Yes, thank you.
My question is this, who would have access to this? Just counseling and treatment
Correct.
and the counselors themselves?
Yes.
And that's where it's just gonna stay for that? Okay.
As we grow, we do have that ability because it's portable. So as we hopefully develop aftercare and stuff, it could just follow me right there. And, as we grow with staff, then they would get access to the parts of the system they could work in.
So you're able to travel with this. Wherever you go and meet your clients, you'll be able to get into the data system and.
Yes, ma'am. Like a lot of doctors' offices, they'll carry around their iPad and things.
That's good. I'm from the old school.
Right.
I used to take notes on this.
Notepad.
This is a really good idea because it really has a time saver and you'll be able to take care of all your documents in one area. So the other counselor would be able to have access to that client too.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And then if there was conflicts of interest and maybe family members, certain files can be blacklisted from access as well. If I could make one comment on the last councilman's comment about getting several bids, I did do that. I think I put them in my first presentation when I was here before. But yeah, a lot of them, the cost is well over double. So I put some of those in there to just show how this is a very competitive price. And again, I really like that it doesn't have all these extra fees. They'll charge you to make a file, and they'll charge you to store the file, and they'll for this and that. But I really like this company. It's all kind of.
And to piggyback off of that, I have been doing some research into native-based EMRs as well, or we call them EMRs or electronic health records. They tend to be kind of like a franchise where a large corporation will own a branch and say it's a native-based EMR. And I think that tends to be the reason that the price is a little bit higher for that as well.
Well, Richard, thank you again for bringing this before us, and I like how you took our recommendations and suggestions and we got all the information and paperwork, and thank you, Peyton, for spending your time with us, so good job. Thank you.
Just wanted to have do one more comment. I'm glad that you followed the procurement process, which sometimes doesn't happen. So I appreciate that, and thank you for all that you're doing for the tribe.
Trying to learn the right way.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am, for your time this morning.
Superintendent.
Thank you so much for including me.
Good morning, Ms. Payton. My name is Shannon Hopkins. I'm not a clinician, but for continuity of care, when these people, your patients come back from wherever they come back from, inpatient, it says you have friendly templates. Do those come in, transfer in? Do they integrate with, or is it just you have to manually put them in?
Oh, there's a
Patient
bit
records.
of both, but they do have templates, so I can build assessments, screenings.
And if they have to go back, God forbid they have to go back, is this also, would it be able to follow them?
To work with
The integration, yes.
Yes, yeah, that would kind of, one is it depends on the patient's allowing us to, I'd have to get their permission to share their records, but then yes, it makes it a lot easier than say like copying stuff like that out of the file. We can send and receive documents. Peyton might be able to say more on that.
Yes, and this is getting into the technicals, but there is a feature called a QHIN, and what that means is if patients or people are going to any other practices, you can also access their medical records as well. So Richard would have a complete picture into the entire patient's health, and then also very simple to bring or reference previous notes or patient visits as well.
Thank you.
Okay. So, any other comments? Ms. Green?
The only thing I wanted to confirm is, and I don't know what Richard got, but on October 15th, Richard did meet with me. I did propose to him an additional language removing the waiver. I sent it to him and I think he sent it on. And so it's been proposed. I just don't know who looked at it on their end.
So until we get that discussion completed with the waiver that is recommended by the tribe, Ms. Green, until we get that confirmed, it'll be on deck for approval pending
Yeah, if,
our discussion with their legal counsel pertaining the waiver.
yes, if they accept the language, then it actually won't, I mean, council's heard it today and then it could just go through a transmittal process because there won't be a waiver. If they say no, which sometimes happens on software, they won't accept our language, then that's why he's bringing it as it will need a tribal resolution.
Okay. So, advice legal is hold it in place or move forward, because in his submission, he's asking for action.
I guess my question would be to Peyton, do you know previously if your company does do waivers occasionally or with tribes?
I think so. I can't say for certain, but we've certainly revised language in the past with our legal team, and I am looking at the email that you've provided on October 15th. So at the very least, I can get an update from our team, should be before end of day or by tomorrow evening.
Okay, well, with that, I would say council should table this, because if we can get the non-waiver, that would be the best. And then I don't know if you would want to, if it comes back and they won't accept the proposed and they want the waiver in there, would you want to do a polling or would you want him to bring this back on the 17th?
I would like him to bring it back on the 17th.
Okay. And if they do accept the language, then we could just do it through transmittal.
Yes.
Okay.
You comfortable?
Sure. A little nervous.
You're good. You're good.
Been here the last 3 council sessions. Introduction, and today you come for action, and you're still learning. Thank you. You also have a new counselor. Who is the new counselor?
Hi, Mr. Neal, if you'd like to come up. This is Neil Sanchez. I'm happy to introduce. Neil's a licensed counselor from Grand Junction. He's got a lot of experience with trauma and PTSD, which certainly, I believe, exists in this community. Maybe you have some questions for me.
Could you introduce yourself? Where you're from and your background with?
Yeah. Been a counselor for the better part of 20 years. And I have to say, before anything else, I'm so nervous right now. I'm shaking my pants almost right now.
It shows. That happened to me 25 years ago. You'll get used to it. You'll get used to these council members. They're good people. They look tough, but they're good people. But they mean well.
Very nice.
Understood. About a year ago, Monique Terpstra reached out. tragedy had happened in and around November, December. She had reached out to me and a other colleague. Since then, since about last year, I formed a relationship with Richard. He was instrumental in getting me here. Originally, I was kind of here on and off. I was supporting people here with ear acupuncture. But more than that, what I do, what my schooling is in general counseling and more importantly, in the trauma area. That's where I focus a lot of my work. I do general counseling, but I have, through my life experiences, have gravitated toward trauma. It's just kind of where my heart is. I fought tooth and nail to come back up here. And again, I want to thank Richard for being instrumental in bringing me up here. What my role is here is to serve adults 18 and older, male, female, it doesn't matter, to help them just listen. It's not to give them advice, not tell them what to do, but more just be a listening, a person to listen to, someone who can keep what we say in session, and that's it. No more, no less. And if they want, I can poke their ears too. Originally, I'm from California. My heritage is 3, Japanese, Filipino, and Korean. And it's very interesting why I gravitated up to Toyac. I was talking to a friend of mine, and she said, well, why do you keep making that 4-hour drive? And I said, there are some things that really I identify with. As a mixed race person, I never really fit in any of my cultures. You're not enough of this, you're not enough of this, you're not enough of this. I always got this from each one of my cultures. Disheartening. And I still carry that, but I carry that into, or I saw that, some of that stuff here in Toyac. I think what I said to Monique was something along the lines of, wow, I kind of feel comfortable up here. So, that's it for me. Any questions or anything I can answer?
Don't let my wife hear you about poking ears, because she probably would want you to poke my ear.
Who can get their ears poked? Anybody. And what does it do? Yeah, it's not a cure, but you don't have to talk. You can just sit and listen. And the neat thing about it is that, in my opinion, it helps bring some of the mental noise down. Now, how it works, I couldn't exactly 100% tell you. But the people who recognize how it helps, they know. Some people it doesn't, but does it fix? No. But it can help give you just a little bit of a break. If it's for a minute, 30 seconds, fantastic. If you don't like it, don't do it. We can just sit and look at each other.
Okay. Looking at a mirror. Vice Chairman.
Well, first of all, thank you for coming here. I appreciate your introduction and a look into your past. You know, unfortunately, we live in a day and age where a lot of that is normal, and it shouldn't be. You know, our acceptance as human beings should be right, and that's why we are here. We are placed on this earth to assist each other and to make sure that we push each other up and support one another. And I'm glad that, you know, you will bring your expertise here to help the people here of the tribe. And I'm sure that they will be very thankful for that as well. Thank you.
Brief second about EMDR. Yes, EMDR stands for, it's a fancy word for your eyes going like this. Eye movement, desensitization, and reprocessing. It was what I was trained in. It's a very interesting way to help with trauma. But it's not just for trauma, is what they're finding, or what they found. It can be for things like depression, can be things for like drinking, drugs, worry or anxiety. Has a whole variety of uses. Now, does it fix? No. Community is for fix. Yeah, that helps. But it can help the hard part, the trauma part. Very interesting how it works. Does it work one time? No, it does not. Like many things, it takes time. Trust, things like being open, those things need to happen too. But it's a very interesting way to help resolve trauma. And the interesting thing about it is you don't need to talk about the trauma. It's the number one thing that I hear with my clients is I'm so scared of talking about it, Neil, because it brings me back. Okay, I promise you, you don't have to talk about it unless you want to. And there can be a time for it. And I'll let you know when that time is. There's a protocol that I follow or a method. People generally know when it's time to talk. And that time, it's when the grief healing starts to happen. Because now you can start moving through. Sorry if I was long-winded on that. So that's what the method that I use, EMDR.
The VA has been using that a lot of years for PTSD with soldiers, and it's now expanded to a lot of uses in, the general community. So I'm just really happy that.
But it's not, I'm sorry, it's not the only thing I do. Sometimes we just talk. How's your day? Good? Oh, your dog. Oh, no, I love dogs too. Or your cat, or your bird, and that's okay. You don't need to.
Eat the bird. That's a whole different form of trauma, right?
The dog bit the cat.
Yeah.
We don't need to talk about trauma straight away. We don't. And that's not, we don't need to force it. No. Nothing is forced. Don't do anything you're not supposed to do or don't want to do. Yeah, that's a big deal.
Well, Miss Jacket, Miss Knight,
I have just a quick comment. I'd like to say welcome, Neil, to the tribe. And it feels like you're doing your job because I feel like I'm in the session right now. So I just want to say welcome. And I appreciate your work with the members because, in Indian country, trauma is very big and especially on a reservation. So I just want to let the members know this is Mr. Neil Sanchez, our new, what's your
Counselor? Yeah.
But
Person?
so I just want to say thank you and welcome.
Nuga?
yes.
Okay, well, thank you for sharing where you came from and your interest. I'm sure that you have in your endeavors in this way of, you do as a healer. They say, I have my own experience in therapy and counseling working. So, question is, how long have you been here? Have you worked?
Evelyn. Your mic. Thank you.
Sorry, see, I forget sometimes. Sorry. But anyway, so how long have you been working with treatment?
With treatment itself, a better part about 20 years.
I mean, what about here?
Here at Toyac. So I've been here on Toyac for about a year.
Oh, okay. So, what would you say your clients, are they adapting to your way of treating?
That's the thing, is I need to be mindful of how much I push. So I listen first.
Mm-hmm,
It's very big. I don't push anything.
mm-hmm,
So the big thing I'm doing now is listening.
mm-hmm,
I want to listen. I want to make sure that I'm not missing anything.
mm-hmm,
Did I answer your question?
mm-hmm. So have you worked with youth?
I have worked with youth. It is not my specialty.
Okay,
Kids, little ones, I would say, take a more specialized training. My training is in adults.
okay, I'm more looking at maybe from 12 years old on up.
Unfortunately, no. I have limited experience in the littles.
Mm-hmm,
Though I have taught jujitsu to littles, but
mm-hmm. Yeah, well, we do definitely really need help in our community with trauma. And if you can provide that service to our members, that would be great, because we do want to see them heal. We want to see them turn their life around, and that they have a chance to heal and start their life on, on that path of healing. So I myself particularly don't like to use that needle. I have already experienced that, and it was so painful for me, but I'm sure others probably can. So,
yeah.
so if we're all stressed out, we all can run down there.
Or I'll come to you. Just let me know. I know folks are busy and things to do, and so it's not a big deal.
So I just want to say that, for the community people out there, I'm glad you're here, and I hope that you all take advantage of that treatment and, go down there and, help yourself. It's good to get involved, to help yourself and get better with your life, because there's always a light at the end of the tunnel. I believe in that. So thank you, Richard, for bringing him. And you were meant to be here. Who knows, Toya.
Thank you. Any other comments? One more comment from Secretary House.
Neil, I'm glad you came. Richard, I'm glad you both came. It was a pleasure meeting you the second time I met you. So I encourage anybody to go down to Richard's department. That's where I first met Neil, and I got a walkthrough of Richard's department. I just have some short comments. If we could, Richard, I would really support this and pass it today. But as you know, there's a little bit of legal language that we need to get clarified first. But once we do, I hope to pass this. One more comment on the resolution, just for the references. So when you bring it back, just make sure there's a heading on there.
Okay.
Yeah, and if you need help with that, legal, or you can call me or something. You can come up with a heading on that. Just that. And, one more correction. The year, just change the year to the second page. But like I said, Richard, I'm really happy you came. If we could pass it today, I would really support this. I think it's a good way moving forward. As we say, we want to move with the times and not be so far stuck. So thank you for coming. Appreciate you.
Okay, Vice Chairman.
My last comment is you're off to a great start here. I think a lot of us just need someone to listen to us. Just to listen and be attentive. And we have a lot to say. But a lot of times we keep it in here. And that's self-destructing. Thank you.
Okay, now it's for my comment. Grand finale here. Got time? Anyways, thank you, Richard. Thank you, Neil, for coming. one of the things that I would like to see from both of you and from counseling and treatment is capacity building. Capacity building in the sense of building the White Mesa community with just what you're building here in Toyac, to find a way to see if there could be a possibility of having a full-time counselor located in White Mesa. I think one of these biggest components that we miss as well is the lack of services or no services in general for White Mesa. If they can see this and they know that there is this service being provided on a daily basis, I think we could just implement what you're doing as well, because everybody wants anyone to listen to them with what they have going on. You know, and I like the concept. I like the way you are moving forward, and we have to be listeners. We have to be really good listeners in order for us to address the issues, the concerns that individuals in this society is faced with. We have too many people that love to give directions and love to do this without giving those individuals the opportunity to be heard out. And we, as in our roles, need to be listeners. We need to listen to what is going on and to make that concise decision to address the issue. So I commend you, Mr. Harlan, Mr. Sanchez. I hope that within that department that changes are going to occur and our people will be serviced in a manner that is long overdue. But keep in mind, as you move forward, Mr. Harlan, that any of these programs that you're initiating, please jot it down, because when you submit for your scope of work, identify this. Identify the counselor that is addressing this issue, because it will show the funding agency that we're doing other things than just the norm. Just the boilerplate submission of our scope of work to the area office is what they see, and they question that. And it's going to cost. Absolutely, it's going to cost. But if you detail it to the point to where these are the changes that are occurring with this department and with this tribe, remember, it's a 638 contract to where it's developed at the wishes of the tribe. So you may want to bring a traditionalist on, someone with traditional values, the cultural values that can assist you. And that is what area office is looking at, that we're not complacent. We're just not doing just sitting there and letting them come to us. We're going out, reaching out to them as well. As Councilwoman Jacket reiterated, the youth, find a way to bring a youth advocate, youth counselor into your realm to provide that services, because we need that as well in all facets of life, whether we're here on the community, whether we're in schools, whether in legal terms or with the judicial systems. We need those individuals. So you're a critical component to the tribe in providing this type of services to our community. So again, much appreciated in your endeavors, and continue to strive to do the best you possibly can. And I'm not going to use the military slogan because he's a military guy, but be all you can be. Oh, I got another soldier over here, the superintendent over here. But anyways, thank you. And any last parting words, Councilman Jacket? Councilman
I have
Jacket.
one more. Richard, so are you planning on moving ahead with the sweat?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Betcha. The people I've been talking to that said that just waiting for springtime a little bit, because I guess the sap comes back in the trees and makes them bendy or something. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to getting that going.
Okay, I think that the most important piece for our culture and our community is our traditional way of healing. I
therapy is SWIP. So everybody can go down there and participate once it goes up. And you're gonna run it,
I've
Richard.
supported. I don't know how people are running. I have a whole lot to learn. Something like that.
Well, you have to be part of, you have to be part of what you're offering.
About the
We've
way.
done a lot of work to get the ground ready.
Mas noon niya, kabato it.
Oh, near equal.
Naka.
Okay. No, they just want to give you Indian name.
Running with scissors.
It's been
Well,
already,
all of us, they all have Indian names, so you have to have, both of you need to come up with Indian names. Kidding. Okay, that's it.
I'm taking the fifth. Superintendent.
So
Okay.
the only thing I would say, it's nice to sit here and listen to patient-centered care instead of billable care, like
Oh,
what the VA
right.
is very used to with mental health. So it's very nice that you brought that here and introducing that to this community. So, thank you.
Drive on. That it? Treasure Jacket, do you have any comments for the presentation that's before the tribal council?
Yes, Chairman, Council, thank you, Chairman. So thank you for your presentation. I really like hearing how we're moving forward and how the new counselor got new positive energy. And as Councilwoman Jacket has said, use our resources here. Use the sweat, use what we have here. And I know a lot of people, they're not traditional, but they still have somewhat of a faith into something. And that's something that needs to be exploited here, that needs to be addressed. Because being where I'm at, I didn't know a lot. I didn't know that it wasn't everybody who did Sundance, Bear Dance, who's seen an innocent man who does.
Okay. Are you still there, Treasure? Is he okay? He's still on.
Yes.
Okay. Are you finished? Still?
Yes.
Okay, okay.
Yes, Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Treasure Jacket. If there's no other concerns, questions from the tribal council and bringing back the resolution with the changes that Secretary House has suggested and the conversation with the waiver of sovereign immunity is completed, hold on to that resolution and bring back either in a form of transmittal or a form of bringing it to the next council meeting, which will be on the 17th of February as well. Any comments, Mr. Executive Director?
I sent Richard an email this morning, connecting with the BIA from yesterday's meeting, giving you a contact because they'd like to talk to you about expanding services. So,
And that's with the BIA Correction Facility.
Oh,
Here.
right.
So they're here for a week-long assessment to the Chief Ignacio Detention Facility, and they probably touch base with our superintendent as well, Miss Balanca Kai, and her two counterparts, the captain, as well as the Director of Corrections, Section 2. Big
We'll
name,
reach out to
big.
them.
She's got big authority. She could fly us on an airplane. Yes, that means.
Don't do nothing wrong.
Just don't do nothing wrong.
Handle with good care.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Harlan, Mr. Sanchez, for your presentation, and good luck.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Okay, number 4, is Kylie here? Kylie, is she going to be here? Is
Keely.
Mr. Keely?
Keely.
Is Mr. Wing here? Is there an administrative assistant? No. Wow. Okay. Um, Miss Casey Cook Collins from the Mesa Verde National Park Superintendent, please make your way to the front table, please. Introduce yourself and the subject matter that you are bringing before the tribal council.
Good morning, Chairman, Council, staff, Superintendent Hopkins. My name is Casey Cook Collins. I'm the National Park Service Superintendent for Mesa Verde National Park and Yucca House National Monument. And I have with me Nikki Chirac, who is our tribal liaison for the National Park. And I'm here to talk a little bit about the general agreement for discovery of ancestors within Mesa Verde and Yucca House. So thank you so much for putting us on the agenda for today. I want to talk a little bit about the agreement and why we believe that it's in the best interest of the ancestors and the descendant communities. So there used to be a general agreement. I'm going to just shorten that to GA. There used to be a GA. It expired in 2023, and we need a new agreement. And why do we need one? We need that to guide the respectful treatment and care of ancestors that we encounter at Mesa Verde and Yucca House. The General Agreement, or GA, is authorized under the Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act, or NAGPRA, and it provides a culturally respectful alternative to the full removal and reburial of ancestors whenever possible. Most of the discoveries of the ancestors at Mesa Verde occur because of natural processes, so erosion, freeze-thaw, when we get large rains, sometimes through animal activities. However, discovery during projects can happen as well. So this general agreement, or GA, would cover that. And without a GA, any movement of human remains, even just stabilization, is going to require the full NAGPRA process. And the NAGPRA process it's convoluted. It can take a lengthy amount of time. It can require full excavation of the ancestor. It can result in the temporary storage of the ancestor in a secure collections building, and it can create some intertribal conflict or discomfort over affiliation. And we know that this is not what the tribes want. We know that through the last 2 years of consultation that we've been through on the GA. So the GA prioritizes tribal preferences in that it's, whenever possible, we want to leave the ancestors in place where they are. And if movement of the ancestor is unavoidable, we want the ancestor to be allowed to be as close to where their family members place them for eternity as possible. So not a far distance at all from where their original resting place was. We also want to minimize the disturbance in handling, and the GA would allow a quick reburial or repositioning. If full removal and reburial is required, if there's no other option available, then there would be, the larger process. So during the course of consultation with the TIPO office, the Ute Mountain Ute tribe, through the TIPO office, expressed an interest in becoming a signatory to the general agreement. The prior GA was much more limited. There were 4 signatories. Through the new NAGPRA regulations, we did an inclusive process to see which of the 26 affiliated tribes and pueblos were interested in becoming signatories to this agreement, and Ute Mountain Ute tribe did indicate an interest in becoming a signatory. And what that advantages the tribe with is early notification of discoveries of ancestors. So rather than simply being notified later on, in the case of a discovery, we would make a notification to the signatory tribes within several days. And that way you would have the opportunity to provide input on repositioning. So if the ancestor cannot stay exactly where they were encountered, the tribe would have the opportunity to have input into how we would then reposition the ancestor to a place nearby where they were originally buried. It also provides the opportunity for someone from the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe to offer a prayer or conduct a ceremony where the ancestors are placed in repositioning or reburial. And there is no legal obligation or no financial obligation with regard to this GA. So it's really more a notification and an input opportunity for the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe to have if you wish to become a signatory to the agreement. If the signatory tribes don't agree on a repositioning plan, then the process stops. So if it was a project, the project stops, et cetera. And the process defaults to a full NAGPR process. So that can happen, but in most cases, we think that that wouldn't need to through the execution of a general agreement. The GA doesn't exclude any affiliated tribe from consultation. It's a full removal of the ancestor is required. So the bottom line is that the GA is a protective tool, and the tribe doesn't give up any sovereignty or any rights. It reflects the opportunity to treat the ancestor with the greatest amount of care and as quickly as possible so that the person can get and be where they need to be and not be disturbed any further. So we had provided, back in November, I sent over the agreement and the signature page. That was, I think, mid-November. And at the suggestion of staff, it was suggested that we come and we provide the opportunity for you all to ask questions or ask for clarification. And so that is why we're here today. I was happy to see that it was listed under old business rather than new business, because hopefully you've seen it before. So at this point, we're happy to answer questions that you might have. We also, it was suggested to us to bring a resolution, should the council wish to approve the resolution. It did not make it into the packet, but we did interact with staff. We have a resolution if you wish to consider it, and we also have the signature page for the agreement. But at this point, if you have questions or want to talk more about the details of the agreement, we're happy to help out with that. Thank you.
Okay. So, Councilman Knight?
Thank you, ladies, for coming to present to us. I really was hoping Tippa would be here because they're the main department in this. So I have a recommendation to ask questions to the ladies today, but have Tippa bring back the resolution.
Okay. Okay. Secretary?
Thank you, ladies, for coming. I would support Councilwoman Knight's recommendation. Also, has legal looked at the agreement? I know there's an Article 2 legal authority in there. And not only if we can just have the resolution beforehand, we usually have those just so we can look at, what we're passing beforehand, to know what we're actually authorizing.
So I did review the agreement and the resolution, but I was unaware that Tippa would not be here, sitting in the back in case there was a follow-up question.
And I also looked at the agreement previously when it came through. But again, I worked with Nikki a little bit on it. So that was when it was, we were looking at it the first go around. But I would like to hear Tippo's input as well.
Okay, and this particular document agreement, the first day of work was an inquiry because the previous administration had conversation with this particular matter. And at that time, it was ready for signature because of the previous administration's ongoing conversation with this. And I reported to Executive Secretary to get in touch with Mesa Verde to see if they wanted me to continue on with the signature page to move it forward. And at that time, it was directed to have another discussion that already had taken place, but it needed action from the tribe as well as the other tribes and Pueblo nations that were a part of this. So it has been at the forefront or discussed with the previous administration. This is bringing it back for clarification and a presentation by the superintendent of the Mesa Verde National Park, Ms. Collins, and Ms. Chirac. Welcome back. Long time no see there. She used to be our TIPO personnel that worked with the tribe on many repatriation matters with the state of Colorado as well on the federal level as well. So I trust that her line of work is more in depth than what it was with the tribe. So thank you for your years of service to the tribe. But the fact of the matter is I would have had liked to have the TEPO department to be here with their comments or their acknowledgement of moving this document forward. Is there a timeline that we need to get this done?
Well, we're interested in getting it signed, well, considered and signed, if you wish to sign it as soon as we can, so that it covers any ancestors that might be encountered during upcoming project work in the upcoming season. However, I'm happy to come back on the 17th. And just to let you know, Keely Yanito from the TIPO office did notify us last night that she was unable to attend today. So I believe that it was her intent to be here. I don't know what the circumstances were, but we felt like we should come and provide the opportunity for question and answer if that's what the council was interested in doing.
Yeah, and I'm going to adhere to the council's request to have this tabled until such time that the TEPO staff is here present. So it would be on the 17th of February just for an update and just for their acknowledgement of this document as well. So
Very good.
that I'm going to be fair enough. Ms. Superintendent.
So I just wanted to give you a little background from the Waters Canyon fire this past summer. She was very helpful. The Waters Canyon fire.
Thank you.
Casey
Where's
was
that
it was on the reservation right south of
South
Mesa.
of Moorfield, south of, where the Moorfield campground is in Mesa Verde National Park. It was just about half a mile south of that boundary. And Shannon and I worked
That's
together very
the
close.
sewer pond.
Beyond that. a
Oh.
little further down.
1/4 mile more.
Okay, we have a staff member from the TEPO department. Could you make your way forward, Mr. Wing? Have a seat by Ms. Chirac. And introduce yourself for the record, sir.
Good morning. Sorry for my lateness. I wasn't aware of the meeting, but just heard it through some people saying my name was mentioned here. So, but my name is Mark Wade. I'm with the Ute Mountain People. I'm the cultural specialist / NAGPRO coordinator for the Ute Mountain Tribe. I'm glad to be here.
Nice to see you.
Okay, Mr. Wing, thank you for your urgency and being here. How have you seen the document? Have you seen the agreement that we're talking about of the discovery, ancestry, the protocols, the process that it's going to take that Mesa Verde is seeking a signature as a tribe that has input into what's being discovered and objects.
I'm not aware of any of the documents or the resolution.
Okay,
I'm aware of the meeting today too as well. Know that we're going to hear, I didn't see no documentation.
okay, and I think that's probably something that probably needs to be dealt with in-house as well, and we'll take care of that. Let's not stop the process of moving forward. So I think the recommendation that I would continue to move on is to bring it back, Miss, say her name,
Keely, Yanito.
Keely Yanito. Until Miss Yanito comes back from her leave of absence and we can get this wrapped up and signature too as well. I think it's a process, and I believe that this process has been going on for years with Ms. Sharek, Mr. Knight, and others, and even beyond that when Ms. Hartman was as well a part of that origination of the TEPO department with the state as well with the federal guidelines of NAGPRA, we SHPO and TEPO and other organizations. So the background of my knowledge of this process is very well documented and been in support of what the TEPO and the federal agencies, as well as state agencies, have been going through. So let's give it another week, and then we'll sign off on it. Miss Green.
I just wanted to inquire, have the other tribes and Pueblos signed off on this or
Most
an
of them
agreement?
have.
Okay.
We're awaiting confirmation from the Pueblo of Nambe. And I think, Zuni.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
Acoma and the Navajo Nation and Zia
Have all
signed.
Okay.
Happy to come back. Thank you very
Thank you.
much.
Please do. Okay, that wraps up the old business. Would you guys want to take a break, or I see two council members
She got me yeah.
ahead? Or
We're way behind.
we're way behind? Okay, let's continue on new business. Number 5, Montezuma Cortez RE1 Administration Introduction. Mr. Ramirez, could you come forward to the table, state your name and your organization and line of business, sir?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Council and Chairman Whitescon. We're glad to be here present with you. We wish to continue the relationship and build on the relationship. And I heard from a previous conversation the power of listening. And so that is one of my major tenets as the new superintendent that I begin on January the 5th. I think by listening, one can appreciate and have an understanding of all the factors that are involved, especially when it involves different cultures. I'm pleased to bring the majority of our campus administration, and at this time, if Chairman Whiteskunk approves, we'll have them introduce themselves and have just a little bit of information about their campus to you, and then we could open it up for any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Very well.
I would be remiss, Chairman, not to recognize our member, Board of Director, Mr. Mike Lynch also, who's here, present, and he's later on in the agenda for the Part B, 5B.
Who is he?
Mr. Lynch, Mike Lynch, he's one of our school board members, our board secretary.
Okay. Okay.
Go in numerical order only because we're creatures of habit in the school business, and begin with pre-K, Beach Street. Come forward so you can recognize.
Yes, please make your way to the table, please. Hey.
Good morning.
Go.
I'm Andrea Martinez. I'm the director at Beach Street Preschool in Cortez.
Wait, later.
We take students ages between 3 and 5 years old. We have a few of the students at our building that are tribal members. Do you guys have any questions for me?
I think we will do the introductions and then I think they'll be able to.
Morning, Council. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Paulette Porter. I'm the principal at Kemper Elementary, and it's a pleasure to speak in front of you today.
Hello, Melissa Carver, principal at Mesa Elementary.
Morning, Council. My name is Drew Pearson. I'm the principal at the middle school.
Okay, very well.
Good morning. My name is Olivia Lansing. I'm the Director of Native American Services for our Young School District. It's
Okay,
nice to-
great.
nice to be with you guys this morning.
Thank you, thank you. Mr. Ramirez.
Yes, sir.
It's with great respect and honor to have the board and the principals of these institutions being here. You know, there's a lot of concerns, a lot of issues that we're faced with in this community in ways that can be detrimental or it can be a plus to our students and in particularly our families that are care providers for our students that attend RE1 school district. And it's just not a one-day session. It's a magnitude of conversation, a magnitude of issues that have concerns, whether it's middle school, elementary, Kiva schools, the other schools, Battle Rock schools, you know, all this putting in one that provides the services, the education, the opportunities for our young adult students. And there are many, many concerns, many questions that our people, the community of Toyac, members of the Ute Mountain Ute tribe, as well as our other tribes that surround us and that go to the institution in Montezuma County. And this is just the beginning of a relationship with this administration, my administration, that is willing and wanting to work with you at a school to government relationship, not only as a government entity within the sovereign nation of this tribe. We have our education departments, and Miss Claw is sitting back there, who is a part of our educational department that we utilize. So we also utilize others that Dr. Dan Porter, who is our charter school, Kiva or KCA Academy, who is an instrumental part of developing our youngsters and getting them prepared into the public schools, but with the notion that our traditional languages and culture is being one of the most forefront concerns of our people. And that's why we had built the charter school, was to address that, to bring our kids back to their tradition, to their culture, so that they, as they grow into productive individuals in this complex society, is there to understand that. And it gets to the point to where in the school system that our students attend. And we want to be quite frank about what is it that you see? What is it that each of you educators see that can assist the Ute Mountain Ute tribe and its students when they make that move into the public schools? You know, I think that is going to be an ongoing conversation. It's going to be work in progress. But you, as deans of school or principals of school, need to share that with us and identify that with us as well, so that we can be as well prepared to meet those challenges and what we are needing to do with our educational system. We have two fine academic programs, and every and each one of these academic facilities, programs, they all need improvements. Every year, every week that we sit down and have these planning sessions and we come up with goals and objectives to meet the need of our students, whether it's at a learning phase, whether it's at a disability of our students. You know, we want them to be treated as equally as every student that goes to the RE1 school district. We want to be friendly to the academics of RE1 school district, and I'm hoping that each and every one of you will take heed to what we're saying, in a sense that we're going to have a win-win situation. We're going to have a lose-win situation. We're going to have those differences in what is being taught and what is being discussed. And we want to be as flexible and understanding and trying to find a solution to educate our students in the RE1 school district. You know, I don't know, and it's really not an issue, but it would have been nice to have our District D school board member here as well to undertake the conversation that we're having today, because you, Mr. Superintendent, carry a lot of responsibility, as well as the district directors of each district within the RE1 school district. Not to say that there are going to be pressing issues at that level, but it's an issue that needs to be addressed as to the representation. You know, we really would like to see that relationship to be strengthened so that we could address, and he's our go-to guy. He's our liaison with the matters that we have here in District D, the unique District D that the state of Colorado Supreme Court gave to us, to have that representation from our own tribe to be here as well. So I'm just at a point to where I'm skimming the services with the introduction to say, we're here to work with you. If you're here to work with us and to understand us at a level playing field, to say, this is who we are, this is what we do. Miss Vice Chairman Cansey as well sits with the San Juan School District over in Blanding, Utah. So she has as well concerns, and she communicates with that. So not to get off the subject of why you're here, but one of the biggest concerns that we had with San Juan School District was our impact aid program, or that documented to address how the funds were being utilized and the criteria of that document. And with her advocacy and I working with as well the San Juan School District, there was some concerns of signing that document because we wanted to know what it was and how the utilization and who was being serviced in that impact aid document. And you know, as to what we were requesting, they provided. And that was what we didn't see with RE1 district. The names were whited out, they were blacked out. And I had a problem with that in trying to get it signed, because if one school district from a different state can give us that information, why couldn't this district do likewise as to letting us know who is being serviced, who is being accounted for in this impact aid document. But that's nor here or there now because I signed it because there was a deadline to getting it done. But in the future, in our relationship, Ms. Lansing, I know that you work with the Native American students and their programming. There's a lot of conversation that we need to have. It's not saying that it's wrong or something is incorrect. It's building that relationship with this administration as to the goals and objectives that we have, our priorities that we as well have for our students. Assist us with that, and we as well can be conformity to the wishes of the district as well as to what we need to do. So as a whole, we all need to work together. Each of you principals have a responsibility, and we as a tribe, we hold you up to that responsibility to be fair, to be equal in the decisions you make for our students, you know. And you've heard from previous presentations made, the issues that were faced is a lot different, but it's the same issues that our society is faced with on a daily basis. It's just unique here in the land of the Ute Mountain Ute tribe, and we try to do the best, but we only can do that if we have partnerships from the outside to address those concerns as well. So I, as the chairman of the tribe, wish to have this lasting relationship with you and understanding of this is what we're going to do and how we're going to address it in a manner that is suitable for every parent, guardian, and student of RE1 district. So we appreciate your time to come here and to present your principles that our students look up to as well. They're so eager, they're so happy to go to school. You know, our kids and our grandkids look forward to going to school, and the friendship that they have out there. It's just understanding when things don't go into conformity of what's happening. So they're precious, as all students of RE1 district are precious to all of us. So I just say that as my opening comments, and I hope that the council, I have Miss Knight, who is a part of the school liaison for the Ute Mountain Ute tribe. She shares that responsibility with Secretary House as well. And those are the individuals that will take the lead in discussions with you, Mr. Ramirez, and you, all of you fine principals of RE1 school district. So if they have any comments, I would like to hear from them. Thank you. Ms. Knight?
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, everybody. It's good to see you all. Thank you for making the visit down here. I know me and Marilyn have to set a time too to go to Cortez and meet with everyone in their schools because we really have stuff to hash out with our students. And you know, it's their choice if they want to go to Cortez or to KCA, but just one of my main factors I always want to push for is just the transition to Cortez. Once they get done with preschool here, if they go to Head Start or if they go to Cortez, how do we transition them into kindergarten? Because they have that cultural shot going from Native teachers to white Spanish teachers. And that's not just something new. It's been since I've been going to school, before me. So that's just one factor I would like to talk about, is just that transition. And also just communication. It's not even on your part too, it's on our part. But us getting up there and working with you as much as we can for the betterment of our students. So before you leave, I'll give you a card and maybe we can set something up. And I appreciate you all coming down. So thank you. My name is Tawny Knight, council member, and I'm one of the, as chairman said, one of the education liaisons.
Hello, everybody. My name is Marilyn House. I'm same with Tawny, education rep for the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe. My daughter attends middle school in Cortez. She's attended first grade all the way to where she's at now in 8th grade, and will continue on to high school. And I just want to say thank you for coming. You know, as what Chairman Whiteskunk said, you know, we want to build that good relationship with you. We want to see you. Your presence is very much wanted here, not only by us, but the parents here. I think that gap that we have of misunderstood and you know, animosity and everything, it happens when we don't sit down and we don't communicate together as parents and as school principals and, you know, even teachers. So it's really good, you know, you're here. I look forward for you to be here more often, and working with Olivia. So my goal and my outreach to you all is, you know, just to be more present here. You know, as Chairman Whiteside said, Blanding School District comes down like once a month, maybe every 2 months, but they come, they just present, give us their concerns and everything. So, you know, if that's something that you are all opening to doing, that would be great too, you know, because we want to hear you. We want to hear what your concerns are too, so we can actively work together into making this a good working relationship. I know the RE1 School District has had some bumps in the whole leadership role, and you know, we want to move past that and everything, and we want to work together with you all. As Councilwoman Knight said, you know, she has some priorities too, but and for the other council members too, I don't know how they feel, but my thing is culture. You know, we want to make sure that our culture is being seen and heard in the schools. You know, after all, you know, the Native American population in the RE1 district is growing. It's growing since I've been to school there. And so we see it growing more and more. And we want to make sure that everybody has that resource and that educational knowledge of who exists here. You know, and we, as we know, our community is very diverse, and I believe starting young, knowing that, you know, our community is so diverse, then that opens the heart to being more accepted to all cultures and all heritages that we have out there. So that's my thing, is, you know, I'd just like to see more of the culture. And again, you know, we can always work on that together, bringing that into your schools. I know for a little bit it was in the middle school, but not so much now. But, you know, again, that's something that we can work on and build on together. And just having a good presence, you know, I'd love seeing you working with Olivia from our education. I know we're short-staffed there, but, you know, again, that's something that we can always work on together. And if you have any questions or concerns or comments, you know, call Olivia or call, you know, myself or Tawny. We'll be willing to sit down with you, with any student or family, you know, because we want to see success in all our students, regardless of the age. You know, we want to build them up to succeed. So I believe in working together and doing that, you know, as a team, we can do that. So thank you for coming.
Okay.
And one last comment.
Okay.
And I'd also like to thank our education department, Olivia and Alicia. I know they've done a lot of work for the community, the students, and they're the ones running on the ground for us. So I have to say thank you for them. So.
Okay, thank you, Councilwomen Knight and Secretary House. I think one of the things that, you know, as a suggestion, that the sharing of our relationship, I think, as noted, what San Juan School District in San Juan County, Utah, they bring their staff just as you bring your staff, as well as their school board members as well. And they also, as well as a suggestion, but they do bring their IPP report to the tribal council here with the tribe to review and discuss their IPP as well. You know that you do give us the IPP report as well, and we do attend those sessions. But at some point in the future, or a suggestion would be to bring that IPP report to the tribal council for that discussion on the report that is given to us. You know, it's a congressional document that it also has stipulations or requirements to address that initiative that Congress has passed, that I, as well as a former council liaison from the tribal council, that always harped on having a new process, whether it was with Mr. Burris and the previous superintendent as well, was to ensure that that IPP has corrective actions that are taking place in it, rather than just a report that is just a one-sided report, that there is success, and show those successes as to what's being accomplished in that IPP report. And believe me that the San Juan Utah District with, and I hope she's listening, Miss Rogers, who as well is the education director for the White Mesa community. She brings along herself as well as the district to this tribal council to address. It's not going to always be conformity, and I don't want to say I'm comparing apples to oranges, but I'm saying that if we could mirror something or come to us, the tribe, with that report, would be very, very good for the tribe as well. Some of the council members are not in attendance because of other roles they play within the tribal council, but as they sit before us, they're here on these given days that we have tribal council. So it would be an ideal thing to, in the future, Mr. Ramirez, as how you schedule your school boards or giving the report to the tribe. And I think as a suggestion as well, we come to your table. We would appreciate if you could come to our table as an invitation, as a relationship between the tribe and the school district on a biannual basis. If we come to your table before October, I'm sure that you could come to our table in April so that we can discuss what is going on beginning of the year and concluding at the end of the year as to the progress reports that are taking place. Anything else? Any comments, concerns? Ms. Vice Chairman.
Good morning, and thank you for being here. Like Chairman mentioned, I don't have really any association with the Montezuma School District. Mine is strictly in San Juan County in Utah. But I had a granddaughter that was going to school because she resided here in Toria. She did attend one of the schools in Cortez. She did not give me rave reviews. It was terrible. And a lot of it was based on being treated unfairly. The racism, I know that's prevalent everywhere, but the worst place that you need to see it is in an educational facility. That is where you learn to come together and to live together. Learn to accept other people. And that's one thing that I'm really, really against, is that putting anybody down because of who or what they are or what they represent. That's the way that I see things. And I'm a big advocate for that. I do not want to hear anything like that again. My granddaughter no longer resides here. She's in Utah. She's happy because I address those issues there. I am a proactive grandmother, and I will go to the school. I will be heard.
And I hope that you give these opportunity to the education representatives and to the parents to come in there and speak with you one-on-one and express their concerns so they can be addressed. Don't push it off. It's important to the parent and to the student. And if you're in the field of education with your heart and your soul, then there should be no problem there. I've said this and I'll say it many times. You're in something with all that you have, with compassion, empathy, everything that you have to give to the students that are relying on you to give them that education so they can move forward in this world and succeed. And I think these parents here, grandparents, are putting that trust in you as well. Do not break that trust. It will definitely put you back. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Councilwoman Jackett.
Take the way out, Salvanpur. I just want to say good morning and thank you, Mr. Romero, for coming down and bringing your staff with you. And it's good to see the school district staff here. You know, it's a long time coming, and we really do need a good relationship and communication between the school district and our community. Because, you know, our area, our children are really struggling to try to survive and trying to make it in the school district because of the barriers that they may have. And I think one of them that really needs to be implemented is culture sensitivity. A lot of times people don't understand that piece of it. So they always say, put it as a negative behavior while it's really culture teaching that they have. And also I would like to see a youth language taught in the school, because I know they have Navajo language they have in high school. And I don't know what it would take to bring that to the school, because we have majority of our youth students there now. So something that hopefully will come about in the future. And what was addressed by the fellow councilmen, you know, that communication and coming down here. It's a start. You know, that's what we need. We don't communicate, you know, we don't get anywhere. We don't know what is the need for our children. I'm keep hearing this IEP thing, but you know, I don't like that word. I think it's more because our youth they're very smart, intelligent, you know, people. They really have that smartness to them too, because if you give them the opportunity, you know, and our students, we're hands-on learners, we're visual learners. Now, I'm not a book learner. I like to learn visually and hear, you know, so that's how we learn, and that's how I've always been. So that's something to remember. Relay that to your teachers and maybe be something that they can utilize to really help the students. Okay. So thank you for coming and
Okay, Councilman Jackett, Treasurer Jackett, do you have any comments for Mr. Ramirez and his principals?
Yes, Chairman, Council. So thank you, Ed. Thank you for coming. Thank you for bringing your whole staff. It's always great to see you guys to come down here and give respect to us. And as the chairman said, maybe we can go up there and meet with you guys and see the whole staff. I definitely believe in cultural awareness. Being on these travels where I'm going, it's a must. Even among us adults, we do not know really where people are coming from, especially what's going on nationwide. It's definitely, we're so diverse, and even here we're so diverse. And And whatever's going on out there, I don't want it to come here, and then we should be united and just be aware of where everybody's come from, regardless. Because where I'm at and where I'm going and where I've been attending these conferences, it's a numbers game. And you Mountain Tribe, we don't got the numbers. Montezuma County, you don't got the numbers. Metro area has all those numbers. And they're making everything based on numbers. Funding, water is made based on population. So all this it's going to be coming to light here pretty soon. And with our school district, with the limited funding we get, with our population decline, and I see that here with the tribe. Since I've been in here, I'd say I've only enrolled like 10 members, that's it. In 3 years, source that's out there. And if you could take this into consideration, Ed, that'd be great. Dr. English, as myself and Chairman Weiskamp, we're very familiar with him, and he's always helpful on the tribal side. So again, thank you for coming. Thank you for your whole staff there. And any support you need. I'm also still one of the council liaison, so I'm number 3. So you got my number 8. Chairman, council.
Thank you, Treasurer Jacket. Any other comments? Superintendent.
Hello, I'm not youth, but I'm very into education. So one of the things that I have a question for, and it's mostly for the middle school and high school administrators, but also elementary, could be applicable. What is the school doing to, I guess, assess the children and have them look into the future of their college? And I'm very evidence-based, so I want that evidence-based answer, not just testing. And so, because I'm a BIA boarding school graduate. I didn't go to public school. But I was a self-motivator, so I found a way to go to college. But I know if you don't talk to those students early on and get them thinking that way, they're not going to. And by the time they're a senior, it's too late. So what are you guys doing to assess that for these students?
I'm the middle school principal, and so a lot of our conversation with those students is introductory. We've worked over the past few years to develop some programs and work with some online programs as well as some in-house approach to build a progression where our 6th graders are just beginning to get introduced into some options of career opportunities. Build that out through our 7th and 8th grade, and then particularly in our 8th grade year, what we do is collaborate with high school counselors and get introduction into some of the graduation track. We had a career counselor. We actually had career counselors working from 6th grade on. Unfortunately, that funding and that grant has gone away, and so we're still trying to look at how to onboard that in a capacity where it's absorbed within the general education curriculum, which is a challenging thing now that we don't have the counselor, but it is definitely a conversation with our counselors on a regular basis. They do tier 1 instruction within on a weekly basis. And that is one of the conversations that we have pretty regularly. It's not just career goals, but a lot of discussion about what are the necessary skills, I think.
But we're in a systemic change because we haven't progress monitored the data enough to make an evaluation on ourselves of how well we do this. It really begins in elementary with career exploration, and then it goes on to middle school, as Mr. Pearson has explained. And in high school, even the state of Colorado has passed the requirement of the ICAP. And so what we have realized is that there's not enough collected data to make informed decisions about how well we're doing or what to attract. We participate with TRIO and other college programs, but not everyone, because education got into this realm of pushing everyone to college, and college wasn't for everyone. There's also straight to work for the military, and so what we have to do is get better and use a system where we have software that has plans for students, but that it has different jump off points in case they change their mind and want to go another direction based on interests. I went to college and I didn't even know what I wanted to do in college one of the first years. So I think no one talks to you. You don't think about those things until you're faced with that point in time where you have to make a decision. And, 45 years later, being in school business, I think it was a good choice on what I did. But you're right. Parents also need to hear this in addition to the students. And Mr. Pearson mentioned something that's very important. It's alignment to the jobs that are going to be there. And the world is changing so quickly that we, right now it's about AI, and our robots going to replace the work of a lot of the work that's being done now in the industry. So those are things that we want to have kids armed with multiple choices and have different options to exercise when they're transition to that adult life or post-high school. Good question.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions for us?
We're just committed to build on that trust and relationship. I listened very well today, was listening to all the comments from everyone. I think there's a lot of room and potential for moving to that next level. I think things have been so one way for so long, and it doesn't meet all the needs of nowadays of what that communication should be between Montezuma Cortez and Toyac tribe, or with parents in general. We serve a wide array of diverse cultures, and I think all the cultures are important. For so long in our history, there's been the dominant culture that distinguishes the culture of others. And so we want to recognize all cultures, and our commitment is to work with the council in transition and bring us to a new world.
Well, we appreciate that. And I think one of the things that, taking on this responsibility at this juncture in time, I think that for me, in this position of the chairmanship, I reluctantly utilize the word transparency because I want to build a path that in future for this administration, being the new superintendent of RE1 district, I hope that you share that same concept to the extent of let's move forward and be in a position that in future years to come, we can be transparent in the positive things we do for our students of the entire population student in RE1 school district. So I appreciate that. Ms. Claw.
Hi. Hello. I just want to say a few things. Thank you, council, for having RE1 here. At my level at the education department, I work with every single one of them except Mesa. We haven't quite gotten there this year. But all the other schools, we go in and parents reach out to us, and we do talk with parents at the education department. But we do have to have a release of information on file for each student. And then the schools do, middle school counselors really do reach out to us about students and just finding ways and solutions to help them. It seems like there's a lot of social, emotional things going on, but we're finding ways to address that to work together. And then we work with the West Barn as well. And then back in October, the IPP letter, I did ask some questions about data, and we have met with Mr. Ramirez about that, and a lot of that FERPA gets in the way, but we're working to find how we can zero in on that data to help tribally enrolled members. So we're getting there. I mean, this is going to be my third year as the director, and I feel like things have kind of opened up and we have to slowly moving. And then since we're also working on updating the MOU, and then we have the community, and that pertains to the IPP. So we have that one meeting every quarter, and we just had one in January. As superintendent, all the principals are there, and the last meeting was up at the district, and I think we had invited you, but the meeting got moved. So, but we'll continue to invite you and Chairman. And then I've also noticed, not noticed, but since Tawny and Marilyn have taken over the education liaison, thank you for your communication and support and just the phone calls and reaching out to us. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, Mama.
Well, we thank you. We thank you, Ms. Claw, and the office of each tribal council members, as well as from my office as well. We are really strong advocates for education, the opportunity that is given to each and every one of us in many different capacities, whether you're in government, whether you're an employee, whether you're just a home maker. We do the best we possibly can with what we have. Don't hesitate to get with us in many of the critical decisions you have to make for our support. You know, if it's at the state or federal level, communicate with us, because we have that ability and that influence with some of our federal legislators as well as with our state legislators. So again, members of council, they sit on these state and federal boards as well that have their ability to communicate at that level, whether it's the Bureau of Indian Education, whether it's at the level of IPP, Colorado Commission on Indian Affairs, the National Indian Congress of America. We have that ability to advocate. We need to hear from you as well. And we will do likewise for you as well. So thank you, Mr. Ramirez, and thank you, staff, for being here. So I'll now know who you are when I see you. I won't put my head down or okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Okay,
Give B.
yes, part B, Mr. Lang? I am just totally off. Who am I thinking of? Mr. Long. Mr. Lang. Please make your way forward, sir.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Good morning, council members. My name is Mike Lynch, and I'm a school board member for the Cortez RE1 School District. I have an idea that I want to present to the school board for approval. But before I can bring it to the board, I need to be sure this idea does not go against any Ute Mountain Ute customs or beliefs, and that I get the permission from this council to proceed. I also want to check with the Ute Mountain Ute family that would be directly affected and make sure I also have their permission. I realize they're not here today, but it'll be another step that I need to take before I bring this to the board. In December of 2024, there was a tragic death of a young boy. Excuse me. On the reservation. After the funeral, I requested a meeting with the district administration and a tribal council member. And at that meeting, I proposed this idea, and I was informed that your tribe has a custom. And if I understand correctly, it basically says that when a tribal member dies, it is customary not to speak that person's name for 1 year. And so I waited. And it has been over a year since the death of this young boy. And because I'm not confident of that custom, I'm not going to mention his name yet. He was a student in our school district. What I would like to do is to take a small size chair and it's already been acquired. And I'd like to paint it, and I'd like to paint words on the chair that would say something like this: in memory of, and the student's name, the years of his life. And I believe he was a second grader at the time, so I would want to put that on there. And then expected graduation, and I believe that date would have been 2035. And I would like to suggest to our school district that his chair be placed in the high school cafeteria, somewhere that it can be easily seen, and it would be displayed there until the expected date of his that his graduation would have been, which would be June of 2035. And that is what I want to present to the school board, and I'm seeking the permission of the Ute Mountain Ute Tribal Council to proceed with that idea. Thank you.
Mr. Morgan?
Would it be appropriate for us to bring Miss Dale down?
Who?
Vice Mother, she works upstairs. Would be right for us to bring her down. Oh, Tony, what you go there? Okay.
His mother is the council secretary.
Oh,
Yeah,
oh, I didn't know that.
recently got the position, so she's upstairs.
Oh, good, because I didn't know how I was going
Yeah,
to contact her.
Council Government Secretary Service. What's her name? Oh. I just know
You got
That's
comment?
Well, thank you for coming and presenting your idea. I would be in full support of this. I think that this is it's a very heartwarming to hear that the school district and you yourself have came up with this idea. I think that it's very heartfelt. So
Sorry, Chairman, if it's okay, I brought Inandri in because she's the mother of Samayas. So if she wants to come listen and
Please, Ms. Dale, come make your way over next to Mr. Lynch, is it? Mr. Longer. Okay, Mr. Lynch. Could you
Yes.
ask her what you just asked us?
So I just presented to the council an idea that I have, and if you don't mind, I'd like to read that idea to you.
Okay.
Get your, I will need your permission and proceed with this idea. So, knowing that it's been more than a year since that happened, what I'd like to do is take a small size chair that's been purchased already, and I want to paint it, and I want to paint words on the back of the chair so that they can be seen, something like in memory of your son's name, and the years 2017 to 24. And I believe he was in second grade, is that correct?
Yeah.
I wanted to say second grader. And then I want to put on there expected graduation date of 2035, I think that's what it would have been.
Yeah.
And then I'd like to, I'm going to present this idea to the school board, and if they approve, I would like to suggest to the school district that that chair be placed in the high school cafeteria somewhere that it can be easily seen, and it would be displayed there until the expected graduation date of June. I think it would have been June of 2035. And that's the idea I presented. And so I presented to the council because I wanted to make sure I didn't go against any tribal custom or beliefs. And then I told them that I needed your permission as well.
Is there gonna be a specific color?
In order to, I wanted to make the lettering black in order that it be seen easily. I was going to paint the chair white, bright white. So would that be acceptable to you?
His favorite color was blue.
Blue?
Yeah.
I can probably do blue and
Morgan.
That would be good. Thank you.
and I'm assuming you give your permission.
Yes.
So, Vice Chairman,
I just want to say that that's very touching. And I'm sure that everyone appreciates that. I would support that. Thank you for your.
Thank you. Thanks.
question, comment?
Just like Ms. Vice Chairwoman said, thank you for that thought. Something for the remembrance for our little Zamias. What year he would be graduating, 'cause pretty sure he loved school, hearing from the Kiva teachers and everybody else. So I just want to say thank you as a part of the Education Liaison, Tribal Council, and on behalf of myself, thank you for that thought.
And thank you. That just reminded me of a thought that I had and with this idea, and that is that from last year going forward, there is going to be an empty chair in the school district where he should be sitting. And that's why I chose this idea.
Any other comments? No comments? I think, with the permission of the mother, this young man as well as including the father as well and the extended family from both sides. It was a time of hard feelings, or just, it was just something that we don't understand as well as who we are as people. I can't say I know the feeling of how the parents, but if it happened to one of us, the feeling is just hard. It tears you apart.
I can't imagine that feeling.
And for you, Mr. Lynch, to consider having a memorial in this young individual, this young man who had everything going for him. He had a future, he had love, and that taken away is hard to conjure. So, in a sense, we appreciate it with the blessing of the mother to move forward to put this chair, and not only that chair, but pictures of him. So each time that we walk through it, we know who that individual is. And it's a gesture of goodwill. And I appreciate you coming here and asking permission from the mother as well. And she gave it to you, and make the best of it. And I only hope that the district will honor what we're allowing to happen for one of our members of this tribe. And if you want an official supporting document from the tribe, we will allow that to happen if Ms. Dale will allow us to write that letter in support for the district to consider. And I'm hoping to approve to have that.
I would
So-
appreciate that, and I'm thinking if you addressed it to the school board, because they will be making or adopting the resolution that I will be presenting, if that's possible.
Okay. Mr. Ramirez, is that how we would want to approach this, with a letter from the tribe?
Yes, sir. Sure.
Okay. And we'll do that. When is the next school board meeting?
17th of February.
Okay, 17th of February, and we'll get that out. Ms. Green, can you help draft that up and have the tribal council members to review it for their comments and additions that they may want to have included in that letter as well before it comes
I'll do that,
for
get
my
that out.
desk, please? Any other comments? And I thank you, Mr. Lynch, and I thank Miss Dale. You know, our condolences and prayers are with you, as well as with your little man who's sitting next to the King of all kings, you know, and enjoying that life of happiness. You know, he's here with us, and he'll be sitting in that chair, you know, in spirit. So thank you. Okay. Away. Gabani, yeah. Gotcha. Aye. Gabani. Okay, at this moment, let us take lunch break, and we'll go forth with the remaining of the new business. Thank you.
It might be smoked. I have
6. We are reconvening the meeting at 12:45. Is that what time it is?
12:44.
Okay, Miss Letitia Yazzie, state your name and the topic you bring.
Letitia Yazzie, the Water Resource Director for the Umaña Tribe, and the agenda topic is Colorado Water Congress reappointment of myself to the Board of Directors. So, when I first, I guess the tribe has had a seat on the board of the Colorado Water Congress. Don't know too much of the history, but before I had that position, Mike Preston was in there, and once I came on board, I was appointed to the Colorado Water Congress, and the Colorado Water Congress is water organization of all the water users in Colorado. They have 2 conventions each year, summer and the winter one, and it's get a chance to acquaint yourself with everybody in Colorado in water. It's a pretty good organization to be a part of since I first started going there. Christine Arbogast, the tribe's lobbyist, she's the current board president. Kind of interesting how she's running the organization. It's a little bit different ideals from the past, different topics. For example, this year's convention last week was focused on storage and how that works here in Colorado. So they had various topics about the economics of building storage, the feasibility, different funding opportunities, and whatnot. So I strongly believe it's a organization that the tribe should continue to be a part of, and part of this resolution before you is both to pay the membership fees. I talked to Ron last month, and he said there was no funding for it. So that funding, the membership fees, the annual membership fees, would have to come out from my department's budget. So if you want me to read the resolution, I can go ahead and do that.
Okay. You have questions, Secretary?
I have a couple questions. So I was looking at the membership benefits on this Colorado Congress. So in the resolution, it states annual fee to the tribe of $799 with a 5% increase each year. And so how many years were you looking to be on it? Till September 28th, 2028?
Yes.
Okay, and then each year would be a 5% increase to that 799?
Yes. So last year was 761. I estimated it at 5%, and this year is 799.
And each year it'll go up 5%. And then also in the 4th whereas, it does state dues to dues to Water Congress are past due. So what dues are past due?
Last year.
Okay.
They just had it to where the billing wasn't going to me. But I let them know that they could start sending it to me.
Okay. And then just real quick, on the Colorado Water Congress website, there's different types of memberships, council. There's student membership, individual membership, associate membership, and committee membership. Each are ranging in different amounts. So the student membership is $25 per year. Individual membership is $250 per year. Associate membership is $500 per year. And committee membership is $1,000 per year. And who can be a member? Is it
on the board of directors, there's several water users association, municipalities, farmers, agriculture, everyone in between. There's the engineering, education. So every aspect of the water sector is in there. And I believe when 2023 was when they first allowed 2 positions for Southern Ute and Ute Mountain to be on their board of directors.
so with Christine Arbogast being one of the Ute Mountain Tribes lobbyists, is this the discounted rate since she's saying that 2 can come from Ute Mountain?
What 2 positions, one from Southern Ute and one for Ute Mountain.
Okay.
So I don't know how they set up these membership dues. I just I'm not too familiar with how that was done, but just based off of what because part of this I guess part of the dues you get to be in the state affairs, federal affairs, and be able to make policy decisions on behalf of the organization. So this Water Congress also has its own personal lobbyists in the state and the federal levels.
Okay, and then and you've already been on it for a year?
Since I started, which was 2023 September. Yeah.
Okay. And then just real quick on the Water Congress website, it says who can be a member. It says anyone invested in the past, present, and future of water in Colorado can become a member of the Colorado Water Congress. I'm just kind of thinking, since water's a big aspect for the Ute Mountain Ute tribe, you know, if it would be in the best interest of the tribe to have more than just one person be on this, or if everybody's comfortable with one. I know one of our council members is involved with the water, and I would be in support of having that fee go to that as well. That fee going to one of our council membership onto this Congress. So then you'd have a leadership voice and a water resource voice on it, or just one which would be leadership. That's just my comment.
Chairman.
Treasurer.
Thank you, Lakeisha. It was a good conference last week for Water Congress. It's very much an eye-opener. I very much stressed out that council vote. And that most of these meetings, most of them aren't politicians. Most of them are very influential members of each community all around Colorado. So that's who was all there. If you would have come, I hate to say this, but it was oh my gosh, that whole room, there was probably about 250 people. And like I say, I felt out of place. There were only colored people there. So that's how these meetings are, and they're getting their voice heard. They had heard Hurd, Bennett,
Bobert,
they were speaking to. All Republicans. So it's very, very crucial that this next year and for the next 20 years that we sit on and listen to everything with water. Because the first presentation they had, they said water's gonna be based on population. That's what they stressed out. And like I said this morning, we don't got the numbers. Montezuma County, we don't got the numbers. And everything that's being done here, especially in the school, it's all by numbers. Like I said, we just don't got that number. And especially with it being so dry, this dirt is flying from here all the way to San Juan Mountain, our water reserves. And it's contaminated out. And especially when we have these fires too, within this year, that runoff's gonna contaminate the water too. So there was so much talk, and it was dim and gloom. It was like, oh my gosh, like really? Where's the good news at? And it wasn't. It was a sit and listen, and these are presentations. This is what's coming your way. It's just sad and depressing to hear what's going to happen. And we see it now. There's no precipitation. There's nothing. The grass is already turning green. It's already spring. So that's how it is. And with us traveling here and us going to places, it costs us money. And I like to help out membership as much as I can. But Letitia has been good there. She's been very supportive as a board member and seeing their talk on behalf of the tribe. And at least a councilperson being supportive. And especially about, we had a sub-meeting with, about Farm Ranch. So Bennett, Hurd, and Hippenluper were the representatives there. And we did stress out the Red Arrow Reserve. The last administration gave us funds for that. It's there. You'll just put it on hold. And we do have a plan. And maybe that Red Arrow Reservoir, maybe it can make a difference within this area, having another pond capturing this moisture. So this was a lot of good discussion, and they definitely don't want to see Farm Ranch fall. They definitely want to support us any way they can from where they're sitting at. So it's a lot of good discussion, and the next water meeting it's crucial that Eat Mountain be there, especially with the help of our water department. So Chairman, Council, those are my comments.
Okay, thank you. Aren't you appointed to the Water Congress?
I was just going to this conference. That's what I registered for.
Okay, and you're appointed through the resolution that we
previous
just,
resolution.
what we just approved as a committee appointment. So she's already pre-approved.
It was, it expired September of 2025.
But we just approved,
Well,
No,
you might have
no.
approved her, but through the state.
okay, through the
They
state. So
need a new
let's, that's what she's asking for, so.
To renew it, the procedural.
So she's asking to be renewed back on this
Yes.
membership. It's not appointed by the state or anything, it's just the membership she's asking to.
But on the tribal side, we appointed her to be the lead, right? In our committee appointments?
I think she was on that
And
list.
then there was the council rep, I don't know who was
That's
on Water Congress.
Treasure Jacket,
I think Water Congress is on there.
and Miss
ALP's on there.
Miss Knight, Mr. Jacket are our water representatives.
Chair, I have some questions.
Okay.
Well, good afternoon, Letitia. First question, do you have any backup documents about the Water Congress? Like, do they make you sign a confidentiality statement or a little contract like ALP does?
No, this is not as, because that's a different structure. Water Congress is more a nonprofit organization. So it's just water organizations coming together under a nonprofit, and the board, when you go to board meeting, it's mainly procedural, but a lot of policy stuff. Like, for example, right now, we're going through a list of principles that the whole organization can get behind. And for example, one of the suggestions I had is that whole organization support the two Ute tribes in Colorado and whatever whatever they're trying to do with their water rights, especially, trying to develop it, the things that we're doing with the storage pools and whatnot. So those are just some of the things.
And I know you mentioned voting. Do you have voting privileges on that board? Do you speak for the tribe on behalf?
Yes, it's a very large board, more than 30, 40.
Last one, if we do choose to have Letitia reappointed, I would like updates. So I know they have their water resource committee, but not all the council gets to make those meetings. So if we have updates from you in front of council, like your previous meetings, what was discussed, voted on, that way we're all in the loop, because I think that's really important for us to know what's going on. That's all. Thank you.
Okay.
I have one more comment. So again, I'm just referring back on my information to the Colorado Water Congress website, which has Christine Arbogast on there and the board of directors. So again, it just states that membership dues are subject to an annual increase. Participation on the state and federal affairs committees requires additional fees. So if she is on any state and federal committees, it's going to require us to pay additional fees. And the dues structure is subject to change as the needs of the organization dictate.
I believe this membership fees that they have now covers the state and federal, because I've been participating in those subcommittees. So it's not it hasn't been an additional fee thus far. And one of the big events that they plan to have next month is what they're calling a water day at the state legislature. So they have invited all the board organizations to participate in having either a table or just mingle and talk with the representatives. So that's on, I believe it's March 11th on a Wednesday. And that's definitely open to the council to attend.
I have one more question.
Go ahead.
Just curious, so it says September 28, 2028. Is there a reason why it's put off so far? Or is it something that we can bring a resolution every year?
The previous resolution that appointed me to the board was 2 years, so I did it. And in the same 2 years from September 2020, yeah, or 3 years actually.
So could we do that 2 years?
2 years, that would be. Yeah.
I just like to stay consistent with the last resolution. If it says 2 years, then 2 years. I mean, but if council's okay with adding that extra 3 years, but I would just like to stay consistent with the 2-year appointment term, or even a year if we decide to do that.
So that would be 2027, September 28, 2027. Right?
Go ahead.
I'd just like to point out the water resource committee meetings, you don't have to be in person, they're on Zoom too. So usually I'm on Zoom with Letitia and I just get to hear the updates, but if the council wants to hear updates, I can bring that up too. as being part of the water committee. So, Chairman, Council.
Thank you. And I believe our consultant, Mr. Ortego, has given us as updates as well into what his projects are on a bigger spectrum of the different water initiatives that were involved as consultant to us. He's a arm of your department, along with the other consultants and enterprise individuals and outside legal. You have outside legal members as well to your committee and your negotiating team as well for the New Mexico water litigation matters that are there. And then you have the ALP matters that are addressed, the Utah water settlements. So you have a lot on your table that is brought forth. And at 2:00,
Yes.
we're going to have a visit by Bureau of Reclamation coming to meet with us.
Wayne Pullen.
Wayne
Regional
Pullen,
Director.
Regional Director, will be coming today as a last moment thing that was brought to our attention.
Woohoo, I don't have to do my
Yesterday.
brief.
Okay,
One more question, Chairman.
okay.
So there's only room for just one primary, no alternative, or will the alternative have to pay the fee too?
No, it's the fees for the whole tribe.
So, go forth with reading the resolution on the third whereas, please.
Whereas the bylaws of the Colorado Water Congress, a statewide water organization whose mission is to initiate and advance programs to conserve, develop, administer, and protect the water resources of the state of Colorado, allows a representative from each of the 2 Colorado Ute tribes to sit on the Water Congress Board of Directors and allocated an annual fee to the tribe of $799 with a 5% increase each year. Whereas the tribe's Water Resource Director, Letitia Yazzie, who was initially appointed on September 28, 2023, 2-year term has expired and dues to the Water Congress are past due, whereas the action taken by this resolution is in the best interest of the tribe. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the tribal council hereby reappoints the following individual to represent the tribe on the Colorado Water Congress for the term indicated. Letitia Yazzie, September 28, 2027, or further action of the tribal council, whichever occurs first. Be it further resolved that the tribal council approves paying the annual fee and past dues from Water Resources Department funds, and be it finally resolved that the Ute Mountain Tribal Council authorized the chairman to sign this resolution and further authorize him to take such action as may be necessary to carry out the intent of this resolution.
Okay. Before us, and as we've heard her presentation and the questions and comments that have been given, I sense that a member of the tribal council would like to be as well appointed to this Colorado Water Congress. Is that correct? And if there is, who from the tribal council wishes to sit on the Water Congress?
Chairman,
Council
I'm already
Treasurer?
appointed to it. You want paperwork, then let's put on paperwork then. So me and Letitia.
Okay, I have a suggestion from Treasurer Jacket to include his name as a resolution adoption, to have his name recorded as a member of the Colorado Water Congress as a suggestion, but again, we have this resolution before us. What are the wishes of the tribal council at this juncture with the inclusion of Treasurer Jacket in the appointed time frame of September to September 27th? How,
To September 28, 2027.
okay. Mr. Jacket, Treasurer Jacket, to be appointed to the time frame of September 28th, 2028, along with Miss Letitia Yazzie. That would be included, right?
2027.
2027.
2 years.
Okay, 2027. That's 1 year, right?
Yeah.
1 year.
It's 25, 26, 27.
Yeah, we're 26 now.
Oh, yeah. Good morning, Gwen.
Good morning. Good morning, Vice Chairman.
Oh, my gosh.
So what's up? So
Oh, shoot.
it would be an appointment to 2028 rather than 2027. 2027 is a 1-year appointment.
No, on the paperwork, it says September 28th, 2025. The last one was 2023. We're just overdue 4 months.
Okay.
Because it indicates on there for the late fees as
Mhm.
well.
Yeah. So before us, again, Tribal Council, we have a resolution to reappoint and include Treasurer Jacket as a official member of the Colorado Water Congress. What are the wishes of the Tribal Council? Vice Chairman.
I move to accept that because Treasurer Jacket has been an integral part of the water conversations on behalf of the Mountain Ute tribe. So I would support that.
Okay, I have a motion. Vice Chairman Cantey, motioning for the reappointment and the inclusion of Treasurer Jacket to the Colorado Water Congress. Is there a second?
I'll second.
I have a second. Councilwoman Jacket will second this resolution, so I go to the vote. All those in favor of reappointment of Letitia Yazzie from September up until September 28, 2027, and the inclusion of Council Treasurer Conrad Jacket as well to September 28, 2027. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, all those opposed? All those abstain? Motion carries 650. Thank you, Tribal Council, and congratulations to your official appointments to the Colorado Water Congress. And as indicated by council members, a monthly or bi-monthly or however you figure in having information come forth from the activity. Okay?
Okay, so from the Water Committee and then the Water Congress. Both updates?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, you can either submit it in paper or you want to come before us orally, you can come before us.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you, Council.
All righty, thank you. Okay, next on the agenda is our, are you okay, Mr. Jenna? Are you in pain? Huh? Are you? You want to take a break? You want to go?
No, we'll finish it.
Okay. Okay, the next on number 7 is the Public Health Department. Ms. Roanhorse, could you please come forward, state your name and your staff, and as to the topic that you bring before the Tribal Council?
Hi, my name is Tommy Brownhorse, Public Health Department Director. Hello to you, Chairman and Council members. I'm bringing to the table the ELC COVID-19 grant. We will need approval and signature to continue this grant. This is a continuation from last year before it stopped in March of 2025.
Good morning, Tribal Council, or good afternoon, Tribal Council. My name is Albertine Wing. I work with the Public Health Department. I'm their grant specialist. I'm here to support Tommy for approval for your contract.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you and welcome to the Ute Mountain Ute Tribal Council. Could you do a synopsis of what the intended grant will provide to your department as well as to what it serves the community, please?
So this project supports the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe in their continued transition from the COVID-19 pandemic response to routine public health operations. Project supports funding tribal personnel to perform COVID-19 disease response activities such as disease surveillance, testing, community education, disease control, and outbreak response based on the needs of the tribal communities. COVID-19 remains the priority focus of this funding. This project benefits the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe communities by providing transitional funding support to the tribe starting on the contract effective date through April 30th. This funding is an effort provided by the CDC, this for the Centers of Disease Control and Prevention, Epidemiology and Laboratory Capacity, which is the ELC. Cooperative agreement entitled Enhancing the Detection Through Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Funds. Activities outlined in this statement are work that are in line with guidance provided by CDC for the funding source and are subject to federal allowability requirements. This grant helps the community, anyone who is affected by the COVID-19 virus, and we support them and we help them by referring them to help to the clinics or doctors.
Members of council, you have any questions for what is being presented? Secretary House.
Hello, ladies. Thank you for coming. I just have a question. Due to the COVID pandemic, I know in the early stages of it, we were seeing huge numbers of outbreaks and everything. Are you still seeing that? Not as high of a number, but are you still seeing numbers in certain times of the year here with COVID?
Yes. In fact, the clinic here, the Ute Mountain Clinic, they have seen a spike in August. However, I did not get reported. If they reported to me, I would have more numbers. But they have been spiking up mainly in the autumn or right before autumn. And there have been numbers, but for the public health department, They haven't been reporting to me. So I wouldn't know how many.
And then this grant is just to help with the COVID.
It would help with the people who are affected by COVID.
So this for this grant is to support our community in providing supplies for them so that they're able to isolate, so that they have that support in staying home. I know there's a high cost and demand of supplies and up within our economy, so it would be a really good support for our community to support them in providing those. We provide things along the lines of groceries, laundry, soap, things along those lines, medication for them to isolate and to be able to stay home. I know they've had, I'm not sure about the numbers, but I do know that with the nurses, they do transport as well for COVID if they need to go to the doctors. And this grant would also help support fuel costs for our units to be able to transport those people within our community if they don't have transportation for that. Also support the public health department in supplies that they're needing as far as PPE, and just
more scrubs.
Yes,
more scrubs.
I don't need the medical items. I'm more of the grant side. So it'll support the public health department in getting those supplies to be able to help.
Okay. All right. Well, I think it's a really good idea. As we know, in our presidential administration now, there's a lot of information of the vaccine. Should you get it? Should they still be getting it? So it's good to know that you guys are still there to kind of prevent and help people who may suffer from, the COVID-19 virus. Because as we all know, it affects people differently, their bodies from, the young to the old, it really affects them. And, it's good to know that at least we still have a department that's still willing to help out with that. So thank you, ladies.
Ms. Jacket.
Good afternoon, ladies. I have one question here. So are you working with, like, there's a after effect? You're doing, like, any referrals on that after they get, they're over their, like, you do follow-ups on them?
We can, once anyone reports that they have COVID or reported, positive for being COVID, we will jump on that case by asking them questions, and then we can refer them to doctors. We can help them by staying home and isolating and providing amenities for them. And then we do follow up. And we do follow the CDC guidelines or recommendations for COVID-19. So it's not like the 10-day isolation. It's probably down to about 5-day. But we will follow throughout the 5-day, and then we will release them. And we also work with the people here that work here for the youth side.
So are you doing referrals to other facilities, like the hospital or something that's specialized in that certain, after they have the after effect, they have to deal with oxygen, the whole 9 yards?
If they have to require oxygen, they probably might have to be in the hospital. So yes, we do have to refer them to their private PCP, their doctor. And then from there, they will, if they need to go to the hospital, then they'll do that part. We're just collecting data and following them and following the CDC guidelines through the grant.
Vice Chairman and Treasurer, our Secretary.
I got a question. You mentioned that you, of course, when you put in a grant requesting for funding, you have to go by numbers. Were the numbers that you put in for this grant just the numbers in Toyoc, or and was it the tribe as a whole?
So this one was the Ute Mountain Ute tribe and the Ute and the White Mesa communities. So
Okay.
White Mesa they do have the tribe over there, Ute Mountain, right? So that they are included.
It's funny that you asked me that in a question. I'm sure you should be aware of that.
Yes, we did
Um,
report.
My next question is going to be, will these services be provided in White Mesa?
Yes.
When we had the COVID lockdown, I'll have to tell you that the COVID nurses, quote unquote, was a disaster. We didn't have no communication, no callbacks or anything. I know I was in the midst of all of this. So something was not working there. I hope you guys can do something with this to support our community members that get affected. Thank you.
May I respond
Secretary.
to that?
Go ahead.
Okay. When I started as a COVID nurse, I did have a couple, not a lot. There was a couple people from White Mesa that I did help out and serve, and actually had to drive out there to give them their COVID kits, which had the amenities in there. But it wasn't very much. But yes, we do help them out there. And I'm sorry that you didn't have that many. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, well, it was just from what I heard. I didn't catch COVID during that time of isolation, but it was just feedback that I got from the community. And then when I did finally test positive after the fact, that was my experience with the COVID nurse as well. I called, they gave me a number to call, someone that was supposed to be tending to me and my questions. I never used to get callbacks, and that was a big complaint of mine. And I addressed it to Marissa when she was still here.
I'm sorry about that. Anytime someone gets COVID and it goes out to people who have been exposed. I do send letters, I do notify them and then give my number back. So it's the reporting back that if I don't get it, I can't go any further.
We'll be looking for you guys for support in White Mesa.
Real quick, second to the last page. So, budget period, January 1st, 2026 to April 30th, 2026. Okay. And then you have all those positions in your department now? Not at this time. Okay. I haven't posted it yet. Okay. But if, say we were to pass this, then you would start posting for some of these positions? Okay. All right. And that probably the nurses, their nurse positions. Yeah, it would be for a registered nurse. Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you.
So you have all three positions for nurses. Is that what you're gonna fill in?
I mean, the Colorado State approved it, but I mean, if we can't get enough nurses, then it won't be. We can use that funding for.
Well, good afternoon, ladies. Thank you for coming. Well, this budget already answered some of my questions. I was just going to ask how many personnel this pays for, since the agreement purpose of funding tribal personnel. So I just had a recommendation. It does say community education. What I would like to see is including the youth, like having some of your health nurses go to the classes for KCA and the Head Start, because they're learning about washing hands, germs, and if you could like give education on, because I tell my son, I'm like, you need to wash your hands, you're gonna get sick, and then try and explain germs and all that. So maybe if you could explain COVID-19, and or if you're feeling sick, tell mommy and daddy, like that would be a really awesome experience, I think. just to give that community education back. Thank you.
Thank you.
More question.
Okay,
So you would be who would be the grant administrator?
The person that will be taking care of the reports, reporting to the CDPHE, and they would be another registered nurse.
Hiring, right?
Yes.
any other questions? Okay, members of the tribal council, before us, we have a resolution reference to support the Ute Mountain Ute tribe in their continued transition from COVID-19 pandemic response to routine public health operation. This is a grant that is 4 months. Is that what you have? January to April, January 1st to January 1st, 2026 to April 30th, 2026. Is that the,
When I reviewed the contract, when the contract came on my desk, I noticed inside the contract, it states that there is approval for an extension. And I did speak with the grant funding agency, and they did agree to appoint that letter to us after the contract has been signed to extend this contract to the end of May, and the funding is to the end of July. So once the contract is assigned, I have been given pre-approval to extend this contract for COVID-19 for our community.
to July?
For funding, yes.
And do you have RNs in the waiting to be hired?
No, I would have to post that.
And what's the time frame on that? Just general time frame? Mr. Morgan?
Once the contract gets approved, they can put in the job request, which standard is the 2-week purchase on that. Tommy has come to me about this with the nurses, and we said what the nurses were making last time, but since they're going to be here on just a short one, we could bring them in as temporary employees, and then probably increase their wage due to the benefits that they won't be receiving as a permanent full-time to help make getting nurses here attractive. So just trying to help recruitment.
Bring them on board with what we have, and then
As a temporary worker, yes.
give them a
bump with what we,
bump in pay for
benefits they won't receive.
benefits they won't receive.
Yeah, they won't be eligible for medical, dental, all those.
But we would reward them with that at the end.
Yes.
That's nice.
Recruitment package that will.
You don't want my benefits then.
Because
Okay.
they won't be earning annual leave, they won't be earning sick leave, they won't be getting anything like that.
I don't get that either. I don't get annual leave. Basically.
Okay. Any other questions, concerns? So, before us, again, we have a resolution here. Where are you at in your post-pandemic plans?
Well, right now, I'm getting, Jerry, I'm getting, in touch with, what's, Ms. Cesaro? Ms. Cesaro for the.
Yeah, Lori Zaro.
Lauren Cesaro, for, she wants to meet with me for the, emergency preparedness.
Mm-hmm.
But as far, I guess I didn't understand your question, I'm sorry.
What, see what we have. We had the pandemic, right?
Right.
We had the pandemic, and then we had to transition medically to the post-pandemic era, meaning that everything that was preventative, ongoing, now becomes an issue of what did we do after? Now, what is the aftercare of the pandemic?
So this
What do you have planned for that transition? It's just almost like when I was on AAHB or the Indian Health Board, we went from pandemic phase to post-pandemic, meaning that now we downgraded ourselves and we started to recover and recuperate what was happening with the pandemic. We initiated another program to address the cleanup of what took place. Where are we at? Besides having the pandemic present, it's always going to be from here on, we'll have this pandemic issue. But the big scare and the big thing had already passed. So now, what do you have post-pandemic operations?
We have, well, since the funding went away, I was still available for people, whoever had the COVID-19 I was available to help them out, and I still am. We don't really have the COVID-19. I think it just kind of just more or less educating the communities and stuff like that. If they were to call me for any information or question about that, and then I also collaborate with the clinic, and we just go from there. And we still are able to send out home tests, and thanks to Conrad Jacket, he was able to get us more testing. I believe this was in October, I can't remember, October, around there.
Okay.
Chair, I have a question.
Okay.
Does either Mr. Gerald or Patrick have any more information, background on this grant?
So I've been working with the state, involved Gerald White, Public Safety Director. I also run our FEP grants and stuff through the state. So I've been in these monthly calls with Tommy and Patrick. And so this grant we've been working on for quite a while. This was in front of the last administration, and it was going through the process upstairs when we still had the Administrative Affairs Act, and the chairman was going to sign it. It got stuck on his desk. Otherwise, this grant would have been started clear back almost in January when it first came out. What this grant actually is, it's not really an extra grant. We didn't have to apply for it. What it is an extension of the ELC grant that we originally were awarded during the pandemic. So what happened, the administration came in and they cut off COVID-19 funds, and they said, we're going to stop this because it's no longer a pandemic or whatever. Then they came back and said, well, we have these extra funds that we're going to award to people that had this grant. And that's where these funds came from. The state reached out and said, we have these extra funds. Would the tribe like to use them to continue, because they didn't have a plan for post-pandemic of people that were hurt. So these funds were put together to bring our nurses back and to buy more supplies, storage, and that. So the purpose of us saying, yeah, we wanted to pursue this from an emergency action was she can buy a bunch of supplies, we can store them. So as they keep saying it's not a pandemic no more and we're not going to get these funds, this is a chance for us to beef up on some of those supplies, pulse oxes, blood pressure cuffs, PPE, those kind of things that Tommy can get, cleaning stuff that doesn't expire that we can put in storage. And as we keep having cases throughout the tribe, we can go ahead and give them supplies without having to charge the tribal people. Just to give you a hint, like my department alone, I have 2 people out with COVID currently. And so we are seeing cases back and forth on the tribe, but it's not like the big outbreaks that we had before where we'd have like 10, 12 people. It's like little pockets, like 2 here, 3 here. So what this grant did, and since we've been behind the 8 ball getting this going, that's where our funding is starting to dwindle. So that's why this is so important today, because we have a big pot of money and we asked for a letter already that we can readjust the budget so we can take money from like salaries, for instance, that we may not use, move it to different line items. We already have been pre-approved by the state. Jenna and them already pre-approved it. We have that letter. So if we get this approved today, she can go back, work on the budget, move stuff around so we can start getting these supplies all spent out. And understanding we have until July, but all the money in the budget has to be spent by May 30th. It does not go to July. May 30th is the last day that they can spend money, and then they have until July to turn all the invoices in and everything from that point. That's how the state grant works. So that's why when she came to me to help her with this, we jumped on it right away, and I said, we need to get in front of here. She did a good job trying to explain it. It's new to her. She's never had to do with it. It sort of got thrown in her lap. So I feel really bad for Tommy because it was like, here this is, you know nothing about it, have fun type thing. And we were able to explain it and get it all out, so.
And I'll just add too that Tommy did come to me as well, and Patrick came, and so we talked to her a little bit about grants, which actually helped me understand the process. But Patrick is aware of it, and so he did speak with us as well, with her as well.
And I talked to Patrick this morning about it already. He asked me if I was coming down here today, and I said I would be. So we went through it too quite a bit.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay. Before us, as members of council, we have a resolution to support the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe in their continued transitions from the COVID-19 pandemic response to routine public health operation. What are the wishes of the tribal council?
Chairman.
Treasurer.
If there's no more questions or comments, I'd like to make the motion. I believe we heard from legal, we heard from grants, it's enough to make it pass. So Chairman, make the motion.
Okay, we got a motion. Do we have a second? We have a second with Councilwoman Knight. I will go to the vote. All those in favor of this resolution that is an extension or an additional amount of funds for the response, continued transition and response to routine public health operation, signified by an aye.
Aye.
Okay, I have a no. Abstention. I have a 650 motion to pass. Thank you. It's passed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Council. Have a good
Yep.
day.
Okay, what else do we have? The next one is our White Mesa Education, Miss Griselda Rogers. Miss Rogers, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go with your presentation. Please introduce yourself and the subject matter that you are bringing before us.
Okay, good afternoon. Griselda Rogers, White Mesa Education Director. And what I have before you is a resolution and the library service plan for the 2026-2027 Native American Basic Library Grant. This is, we will be requesting $10,000 with $3,000 to go to training. And the start and ending period will be from August 1st, 2026 to July 31st, 2027. The deadline for this grant is March 13th. And although IMLS is currently closed right now because of the government shutdown, they did post on their website to continue to just turn in the grants that are coming up on the deadline. What the grant is going to basically cover is books for the library. We're trying to expand our Native American author section, so we're trying to get more books for that, more DVDs, and a gate counter for the entrance of the library, and also to pay for our online platform for tutoring called Breakthroughs and Help Now.
Did you want me to read the resolution?
Okay, first, if any of members of the tribal council have any questions before she reads the resolution? I don't see any. Please read the resolution.
Whereas the Constitution and bylaws of the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe adopted June 6, 1940, and subsequently amended, provides in Article 3 that the governing body of the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe is the Ute Mountain Ute Tribal Council, and sets forth in Article 5 for the powers of the Ute Mountain Ute Tribal Council exercised in the resolution. Whereas the Tribal Council is responsible for protecting and promoting the best interests of the community and the members of the tribe, and whereas the Ute Mountain Tribal Council recognizes the importance of supporting and promoting traditional culture within the tribe, and whereas the Tribal Council lends their support for White Moose Education Library to apply for IMLS basic grant in the amount of $10,000 for travel to Association Tribal Archives, Libraries, and DVDs, online tutoring fees, and supplies. And whereas IMLS basic grant will fund for 1 year starting August 1st, 2026 and ending July 31st, 2027. And whereas IMLS basic grant has no cost match, and now therefore be it resolved that the tribal chairman is authorized to negotiate and execute the contract, and any amendments thereto and his authority will remain in effect until revoked by resolution, and be it finally resolved that the Ute Mountain Ute Tribal Council is authorizing the chairman to sign this resolution and is further authorized to take such action as may be necessary to carry out the intent of this resolution. The foregoing resolution was duly adopted the 10th day of February 2026. Oh, well, because I thought the council meeting was on the 10th, but it should say the 3rd.
Okay. Any questions, comments, tribal council? I think before us, and this is a reoccurrence of a contract that Ms. Rogers has been receiving for, man, this is a long time. How many years?
Yeah.
About 10, 15 years?
Yeah.
Maybe about that long she's been receiving this amount of dollars and utilizing in the best interest of the White Mesa Library and its initiative to provide services, educational, literature services, as well as training for its staff. So before us, members of council, we have a resolution that is for the 2026 IMLS Basic Grant Funding Opportunity, number NAG Basic FY26. What are the wishes of the tribal council? Oh.
If there's no more comments or questions, and this is a reoccurring contract that we always have, that we always do, I'd like to make the motion to approve this resolution.
Okay, I have a motion. Treasurer Jacket, thank you.
I got question first.
Question?
Yes. Griselda, could you kind of give us a rundown of the staff that you have at your building in your department?
We do have Jeanette Badback, who is our public school liaison. Nicole is our librarian, and Shayla is our adult education coach.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. I need a second. I have a second from Vice Chairman Clancy. I go to the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All the nays signify by nay. The absentee or abstentions likewise. I do not have any, so I have a consensus vote of by proclamation. I have a 650 vote. Resolution approved. Thank you.
Thank you. And can I also remind everybody that today we have our CCR night in White Mesa at the Rec Center.
What time?
It's at 5 o'clock.
Okay.
The school will be down and they're also going to award the students tonight, as well as bring some games down and some finger foods for them to snack on while they're there.
Okay, great. I mean, you had sent out an email or a flyer several weeks ago about this event. So it's been noted, and we will break away as soon as we can for members to attend.
Washington,
Thank you
D.C.,
so
I
much.
know.
All righty, thank you.
That is D.C.
Okay.
I wouldn't know that this year.
That concludes our action items for the February 3rd, 2026 Tribal Council meeting. What we will go to now is the BIA updates.
Good afternoon, council, and those that are on YouTube or whatever the channel is called, sorry. I handed you out a flyer.
Social media.
Social media, hello. It does not say, but that Department of Interior, 1849 C Street Northwest is in Washington, D.C. So just FYI. That was the first thing I noticed, and Nikki noticed it too. It doesn't say where. So yeah, so that's where you're invited if you wanted to go. I also noticed that our acting RD had a meeting with tribal personnel, and I didn't see either Ute Mountain Ute or Southern Ute on it. I saw a lot of Pueblos. So I don't know if you got the meeting
what?
short notice. There was a meeting last week.
No,
You didn't get a notice? Okay.
no notice. They don't notify us. Shoot.
Well, I was last minute because I got it like five minutes after the meeting already started that he wanted us on there. So I will address that. For the Pinecrest Ranch, our solicitors did let the new acting RD that's kind of on her radar that she asks about it every week. Just FYI, Nikki, I get asked about it every week.
Oh.
That's her big thing. She got to start it and then she put it aside and she's making it a priority now. So, and you already know that Bianca Key is here this week. We started the painting of the facility last week inside. Not outside, inside. It hasn't been painted in probably 20 years. And then we just got awarded the cleaning contract. The CEO reached out this morning, so hopefully they get a meeting set up this week. It's supposed to start this month, one day a month, or however many days it takes them, depending upon the facility and their timing and whatever. But one time a month, it's going to get deep cleaned every month. Just because it has not been in years, and it shows. For probate, they actually started what they're calling themselves as a strike team. They're going to be here the week of February 16th, or here, Albuquerque, the week of February 16th. So we'll be sending our probate person down for training. Everybody is getting rated on probate. And how fast they can get them done and how we can assist in the whole 9 yards. So, and then in realty, Mr. Jacket stepped up. We're working on RIM operating. So some past fees have been imposed and are still being imposed by Honor because our last realty specialist never actually put it in TAMPs. So those 90-some thousand acres that they got released back in 2019, they're being billed for, and they have been billed for. So we're trying to clean that up. We're calling it an administrative error on BIA side. So we're working on getting that in TAMS in the system, so it quit generating RIM operating bills. There's still 40 acres left that needed to be reclamated. I did reach out to BLM and said, was this ever done? This was in 2019. Now, way before me, but was this ever done so we could get this closed out? I haven't gotten a response, but I have been gone, so I could have a response for you in 2 weeks, but I will follow up with them. And then we're finally our platforms finally went out to bid. That only took me a year, and no lie, it took me a whole year to get this contract out for bid. I did reach out to Ms. Bernadette, who thank you for her help, Ms. Bernadette Cuthare, because I couldn't have got it to renew without her to get them to submit a bid.
And what was that for?
My platforms.
Oh, okay.
And then 638 grants. So we got you with the help of Patrick and Ron for fiscal year 25. They're all submitted. I don't know why they're not coming back out this way, but they're all submitted in the system. For fiscal year 25, a little over 361,000. FY 26 is 1.1 million. And with the help of somebody, I won't say who, it is now the acting RD's, and we're supposed to have a meeting. He said with Layla, I haven't seen that meeting request yet, of where that money is and why it's not being pushed back out this way. So, and with our new appropriations is incoming, because I still haven't got any money for detention facilities yet. So you'll be getting more than that. That was just the partial for when we reopened. So you'll be getting more than that. As soon as it comes in, I try to get it out, and I work with Patrick and Ron to get that out. So, and then the Helitac building, Miss Ronna Lee is working directly with Bernadette Cuthare, and I got them all Bernadette's information. She actually made a phone call to her, and they've spoken. So I think the meeting's next week on the 11th. And then for Mossman, like I said, it's as soon as you said go, we went, and IASC, I believe, approved the bond. IASC is wrapping up whatever paperwork process they have to, and then I'll go ahead and sign it, and you're done. Hopefully by the end of this week, but as soon as I sign it, I will immediately let you know.
Okay, thank you. Questions?
Now you come back.
No question. Question? Don't have any questions?
I gave my update on Mossman because I looked over and you weren't there, and I said, as soon as I was done, then you walked in.
Is our Bureau of Reclamation Wayne Pollard out there?
But hopefully we should have it signed, the full agreement by Friday, hopefully.
Our
If not, beginning of
Bureau of Reclamation Commissioner, Mr. Wayne Pollard. Maybe let's give a 5-minute recess.
Yeah.
Until he shows up, then we'll go into council reports. Or you want to miss council reports? Huh?
They never used to do that. This is their first year doing it. So before it
Okay.
was always like,
Members of council.
you know what I mean? Like that. That's why I
Today,
never-
we have Mr. Wayne Holland of the Bureau of Reclamation. What is your official title? What is your,
So I'm the regional director of the Upper Colorado region.
okay?
And that means that our region is responsible for all the reclamation dams and for all of the Indian water rights settlements on the Upper Colorado. So that's a third of Wyoming, all of Utah, the western slope of Colorado. We're also responsible for the upper Rio Grande. And so we have the headwaters of the Rio Grande in Colorado and all of New Mexico. We're also responsible for Glen Canyon Dam in Arizona and for the flows through the Grand Canyon. So that's that's what my office is responsible for. I grew up in Midvale, Utah, south of Salt Lake City. My grandparents were both miners. My mother's father was a heavy shovel operator in the mine west of Salt Lake City. My grandfather was an electrician there. My dad was a teacher, and my mother just raised 4 boys and my sister. I studied economics, and I also studied Asian studies, which I don't get to use very much anymore. I also have a degree in agricultural economics. So I started out as an economist for the Bureau of Reclamation. I worked most of my career in the Provo office with responsibility for Utah. And I've been the regional director for about 5 years. We raised our children in Payson, Utah, which is on the south end of Utah County. It's on Interstate 15 if you head up Interstate 15. It was a good place to raise our kids. It was kind of, it's not as small a town as it used to be. It was a smaller town to raise kids in. And we had 3 girls at first, and we had 2 boys on the end. I'm a grandfather. I'm still working, but I'm probably not going to work forever. At some point, I got to spend more time with the grandkids.
Well, okay. Well, we thank you for stopping by and introducing yourself, and just wanting to say hi, that's building the relationship. I'm Sal Whiteskunk, and I'm the newly elected tribal chairman, replacing our former chairman, Mr. Manuel Hart, whom you have probably built a relationship with, a working relationship. We have the new administration, and to my right, I'll allow them to introduce themselves to you as to who they are, and just are thankful you stopped by to make your presence known to this tribal council. So, Ms. Knight?
Well, good afternoon. Thank you for coming. Nice to meet you. My name is Tony Knight, council member for the.
Hello, Wayne. My name is Marilyn House. Tribal Council.
Good afternoon. My name is Gwen Campsey. I'm the White Mesa representative and the vice chair of the youth.
Okay, to my far left.
We had a meeting in Las Vegas in December.
Yes, it is.
Mike, hello. My name is Catherine Jackson.
Councilman.
Oh, tribal council.
An elder.
too.
Well, I
Tribal member and tribal council member.
I don't know what I was thinking.
Hey, two of the best days of my career were the first time I came out and toured the farming operation. That's an impressive operation. The other was not last summer, but the summer before. I came to the bear dance, and I actually danced a little bit.
Oh, really?
Which, I'm not a good dancer, so.
Us men are never good dancers. Horrible.
From my perspective, some of the most important work my office does is to make sure that our tribes have water settlements and to help them develop and maintain the facilities to be able to use their water. It's I tell the people who work for me that getting water to tribes is part of the country's unfinished business, and that we need to be part of making that happen. You don't have time today, but when we get together next week, I'll have an update about the 3 applications for funding that are pending with our office. That's going slower than I'd like, but I'll be able to give you an update about that.
Okay, very well. That's a lot. And before you in this roundtable is our executive staff, and I would like them to introduce themselves as well.
Morgan's not acting executive director.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Nikki Green, General Counsel.
Hi, I'm Shannon Hopkins. I'm the superintendent for the Bureau of Indian Affairs here.
And to our left, to your right in front of you is,
Evelyn Lopez, I'm the chairman secretary.
and behind you,
Hi, I'm
and then to your left there.
Good to see you, Wayne.
There's a couple of old friends of mine.
You scary there. And then to the back,
How are you?
and we welcome you.
Wave to the camera.
So you're going to be on social media or live stream with the tribal members. They get to see the tribal council meeting. So how we conduct the meeting here is televised or live streamed as well to the members, so they could be informed as to the business we conduct as tribal council. So a very informative tool. But again, we welcome you here to the Ute Mount Ute Reservation, as you have always been welcome to the reservation, and we would like to continue the relationship and would be honored to hear the proposals or what you have to bring to us next week, Monday. And we look forward to that as well. So, thank you.
Thank you for sparing time with me. One of the things I know is that you're worried about 100 things, and water is only one of them. So thanks for taking the time. I won't overstay my welcome. I look forward to seeing you next week.
Well, you're welcome, sir. And I hope and wish you the best of luck in your meeting at Farmington as well. Thank you. Be safe on your travels.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. I heard from one council members to bypass the council reports. Is there a consensus to bypass the council reports? Yes? Ms. Knight? Okay.
No.
Okay, Ms. Kansi?
Mine's short. It's not.
Save it for next time.
Yeah, we can bypass this
Okay.
time.
Ms. Jacket?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
No, mine's short.
Okay, so I have 3-2 to move forward. So we'll begin with Ms. Knight.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to reserve my report for next council meeting.
Okay, thank you. That can be done. Ms. House.
Hello, thank you, community members, staff, employees. Thank you for tuning in today to the council meeting. I'm gonna start my council report off. On January 21st, I went to the substance abuse, the treatment department to visit Richard Harlan and his staff. I got to meet the new counselor there, Neil Sanchez. And I want to welcome Neil to the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe. It's good to have another counselor for our community. I got a tour of the department, seen what he offered. He's working on some upcoming good things, and it's good to know that we do have some employees out there looking for the betterment of our Ute Mountain Ute tribal members and our Ute Mountain Ute community. On January 22nd, I attended a tribal behavioral health meeting, which was hosted by Councilwoman Catherine Jackett. We had all the tribal behavioral health departments here. We spent a good half a day just talking about their employees, their scope of work, and how they have activities and public outreach to our community. Talked about how we can work together, fill in the blank spaces on that, and how we can just keep the communication going, all for the betterment of our Ute Mountain Ute tribal members. On January 23rd, I attended a very short Ute Day planning meeting, which was to discuss a Ute Day, which will be held in Denver, March 20th. And I do believe that's going to be open to the public, so just keep a lookout on upcoming announcements on that. Every year, the Denver Capitol hosts Ute Day with the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe, the Southern Ute Tribe, and the Ute Indian Tribe. So we just want to keep that good communication and relationship going there, and they usually have some good classes, some demonstrations from our youth. The royalty's usually there, so it's a good day just to celebrate who we are as Ute people and, you know, let everybody know that we're still here. I just want to say a little bit, speaking on Ute Day, you know, a long time ago, when the Native Americans were here, we weren't supposed to be here. We're probably not supposed to be here right now. You know, they were supposedly supposed to kill us off and move us into reservations, and we weren't supposed to be here. But every single day that you wake up and you go to work or you do something positive with your life, that's a form of resistance. It's showing that the people that we are still here as Native Americans and as Ute people. So every day, be proud to be Nooch and who you are, because every single day that you wake up is a good sign to show people that we are still here and we are not going anywhere, even though we were supposed to be probably gone a long time ago, but by our resiliency, we're still here. On January 24th, I attended the Dolores River Boating Advocates. I joined them at the Sunflower Theater in Cortez. They did show 3 films, all based around, you know, just what the water has to offer. And I want to say that it was a very good night. Like I said, there was 3 short films that were shown, and one last film that was shown was from some youth that were based in Washington, and they actually have native ties to their river that flows from their Indian reservation all the way into the ocean on the California side. So it showed their journey and just how their ties are to that river, how they were the government was damming up some of those parts in their river, and it was really neat to see that, you know, the children and the young youth that made this journey, how it inspired them and how it made them appreciate who they were as Native Americans. And not only that, but to appreciate, you know, that water is life. It carries medicine, it carries good feelings, and it carries a lot of our healing in it. So it was good to see that. And then they also had one of the youth that was in the film, her name's Ruby, and she does go to Fort Lewis College, and she was there and she was on a panel, and I really really got inspiration from her because, you know, as I said earlier, you know, Native American people, we're not supposed to be here, you know, and by our resiliency, we're here today and we're still here. And that is what I got from her. She actually said that quote. So, you know, it really resided within me, and I thought about it. And, you know, I really do believe truly that, you know, those were good words that she shared with everybody. And on January 26th, I attended the Tribal Council meeting, update meeting we usually have on Mondays, and then the Travel Center update meeting. January 28th, I attended a meeting with rec center staff, diabetes staff, and Sherelle and some of her staff. We're working on doing a youth walking program. So right now we're still in the works of it and everything. And I'd like to invite the rest of the council if they'd like to be a part of this. This is the youth walking program that we were designing to run for about 6 or 7 weeks. So we wanted to start off with the young children, 1st through 5th grade, and we wanted to take them to different areas on the Ute Mountain Ute Reservation to show them that this is what their land looks like and this is what their land has to offer. Some of our children are so caught up with the social media and technology today, but you know, this is just a positive way to let them know that this is what their land has to offer, and it's always good to get back on your land and to connect with it and to see what it all has to offer, which is, you know, healing and, you know, just to be outdoors and away from the screen sometimes. So just keep a lookout on those updates on that. We are going to start advertising this walking program later on in February, or later on in the February, probably towards the end of the month. So just keep a lookout on that. And I encourage all you, tribal and non-tribal, you know, to come out and to join us in our walking group. Like I said, we're still in the early planning stages of it. So if you know, would like to be a part of it, if you'd like to volunteer, you know, we can put out some more information, but, you know, we want to get the whole community involved in this and, you know, just have a good time, you know, learning what's all out on our land. And on January 30th, I attended a Head Start Policy Council meeting, and that's usually held once a month. Just wanted to let the parents know the Head Start does have some new policies out. One is a diarrhea policy. So parents, again, the old policy states, you know, if you had 2 accidents in that nature of diarrhea, then, you know, you'll be called, but now it's 1. So if your child has any symptoms of that, you'll be getting a call. Same thing with, you know, the vomiting, another new policy. Think it was two times when they did that. Now it's 1. So we're just looking out for the betterment and health of our teachers and our staff and our children there. So if you need a copy of those new policies, go to the Head Start. The ladies will be able to give that to you. And I just want to wish everybody, again, a Happy New Year. You know, it's still early on in the year. You know, you can still make some positive changes, whether that's, you know, in your health, in your physical body, in your emotional, or in your mental, you know, stability. You know, it's still early in time, so you know, make some goals for yourself. Make a goal every month of what you'd like to accomplish. Start off small. You know, nothing gets done when it's just, you know, in big portions, but start off small. Whether that, like I said, if it's, you know, something in your home you want to fix or something within yourself, you know, I encourage you all to do it and, you know, see where it takes you. It'll be good for you. And, you know, I just wish everybody happy Valentine's Day. May you share that love with your family and your friends and your loved ones. Thank you.
Ms. Kansi, Vice Chairman.
With all due respect to the tribal council and the tribal membership, I will be postponing my tribal report until next council meeting.
Very
And that's
well.
in the interest of time. Thank you.
Very well. Ms. Jacket.
Okay, okay, Selwyn. Good afternoon, Nutri staff. This is last month's report. Met with education staff. They talked about the monitoring of the bus stop, and also attended executive meetings. And we met with behavioral health service providers. The discussion was around better communication between services. We're developing a universal referral. Then I met with Juanita and Ron on good behavior health, and Tawahi update on the budget and services. And then attended Wimanut and Tawahi on their monthly update meeting. They talked about the home they're going to start working in White Mesa and Toyac. There's no travel for me for my last month, but I did meet with tribal members and continue helping with butane and electricity. Also, I'm helping with the groceries at the Nucci store. So if anybody needs some groceries, come see me, and I'll make out a check over there on for groceries. So that's all I have. Hey, yeah, you know, thank you guys. Take care.
Thank you. Treasurer Jacket.
Yes, Chairman, council, employees, members, everybody listening. Thank you for listening to the council meeting. So I have been very busy. I've been attending our Sun Bear and our Sweetwater updates, and this needs to move fast and quick. So it's a business thing that we're doing right now. The tribe's never been this far. We're in phase 1. We want to go to phase 2. So you're going to hear a lot of Sun Bear and about Sweetwater pump back station. On the 26th, I attended a natural resource meeting in the morning. We did have an executive meeting at 2 o'clock that I was able to attend also. And for that week, I went to Denver for the Colorado Water Commission meeting. I was there with our water staff, and as I'm going to say, water, our neighbors, they want to they're becoming territorial, and we need to be territorial too with our water rights and exercising it here in Colorado. Just not in Colorado, but in Utah and New Mexico. So there's going to be so much that's going to be happening, and we have to take in, and most of it's all in person. So if we're not around, then that's where we're at on behalf of the tribe for anything water related. And like I said, I was there that whole week, and the thing I got from it is, and been saying this whole time, was water's going to be based on population, and we don't got the numbers, and that's what the state's going to use against us. As Councilwoman House has said, we're still fighting, but we're still here though. And even though water, we've took advantage of it being here, it's not. It's slowly evaporating. The world, the earth is sucking it in more than it's holding out. So yesterday, I was another Sweetwater and Sun Bear Zoom meeting, and we just got to be positive. As Councilwoman House has said, we just gotta be positive. We gotta put faith in our investors, saying that we're invested in our tribe, our future, and we gotta push. We gotta make a big push. So, and then today we got our council meeting. So, tribe members, just real quick, make sure you get your tribal ID. They will not mail it out. You gotta come here. If you need help to get here from wherever you're at, give one of us council a call and see what we can do to get you here, to get an ID. You need that right now. You need that ID. It's very, very important to get one. So I strongly encourage you to get a hold of one of us if you're having a hard time to get here. I strongly advise membership to get home insurance. It's so dry out there, and rain isn't forecast for weeks, maybe even months. So keep that in mind. If your house burns down and you got no insurance, it's going to be hard to get you a house. But I would get with housing. I'm going to ask housing to help you out, help you get started at home insurance. Because there's only one company in the tribe that will help out, that works with us here, that's Ameren. So I strongly encourage that. Temp worker hours, make sure you get with Owen and see where you're at in your hours. I think Morgan, if you could look into that, see if we can start giving more hours to the temp workers, because they need those hours. They do need those funds. And lastly, emergency council assistance. A lot of the council has been using the emergency funds for propane for members. So those funds ain't forever. It's not unlimited. They do run out. So before you ask for help, ask where you're at in your limit. Is it there, or are you maxed out for the year? So membership, employees, everybody listening, as Councilwoman House has said, be nice to each other. This is who we got. And continue on what you're doing, and just think positive. Let's have positive feelings. Let's all look out for each other. So Chairman, Council, membership, employees, that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, council members. There's not a lot, as everyone knows, that the chairman's office has been here within the tribe addressing administrative matters, as well as having Zoom meetings with federal agencies as well as state agencies regarding many different aspects of the operation of the tribe, as well as initiatives that other entities would like the tribe to venture in. As you heard from the tribal council members in their travels and their reports, that's a big part of their role, their responsibilities, to be out there networking and making contact with potential business associates, or as well as federal agencies, whether it's from the health department, water consortium groups, as well as renewable energy. They're there doing their respective duties. In the time that we've been here, there's been a lot of in-house work that is just based within the organization, and that's what we've been doing and reorganizing from my office, initiatives that are going to be beneficial to the tribes as well, setting up meetings and wanting to be a part and updated on the trips and the work that our tribal council members do, and on behalf of the tribe. So again, there isn't much that is to be reported from my office, except that these Zoom meetings, whether it's with the Department of Health, Utah Department of Health, the Colorado State Department of Health, as well as some of the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Services initiatives that are being brought forth for action or discussions. That's what's been taking place as well as other departments getting transmittals done for contracts as well. And so again, there's really not much that has happened on my part. We did have the former Chairman Hart's ceremony, which was on Monday the 26th, and that in itself was with Congressman Hurd, members of the administration, tribal members and families that were in attendance. It was a good thing that Congressman Hurd had given on his behalf to award Chairman Hart for his exemplary leadership in the last 15 years as the tribal chairman of the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe. It was a really good thing that took place. Our vice chairman and I were slated for the Utah legislative visit on the 27th and the 28th, which I canceled out due to other matters that needed to be addressed. But I did go to the Gosh Utes tribal meeting with the tribal chairman there and went over some of the programs that they are initiating with the inpatient treatment program, and knowing that they are going to expand infrastructure-wise was given to us, as well as him living up to his word and sending individuals to come and meet with us yesterday with the vice chairman, which threw us off as to being committed to looking at MOAs or MOUs and assuring that the process of acquiring an inpatient residency for our tribal members was going to be given to Warrior Spirit and what was the lady? Heart Spirit? Warrior Heart program. We initially requested for 2 beds for each program for 2 females and 2 males without having the process of a waiting list, and they will take that into consideration. They wanted to know what our wants and needs were as well in meeting with Richard as well as to the programs. These were tribal liaison program managers from the NATSU, which is the inpatient substance abuse program that was here visiting. Today they're in New Mexico and Arizona for the same purpose. We as well yesterday met with the Department of Justice, Office of Justice Services, Division 6 or Division 5, the correctional program officer. They're doing an assessment of the BIA Chief Ignacio Justice Center. It arranges from the entire facility, just every operation within that facility is being assessed, and they will give us an exit report upon completion. But they as well wanted to know what our wants and needs as a tribe for our tribal members and other tribes that are being housed in that facility, and they are making every effort to address the shortage of personnel in that facility to make it operational, and are taking the concerns that inmates have with that facility as well personnel. So that in itself is going to be an ongoing process. And luckily we had our Tribal Council Law Enforcement Liaison Committee member, Ms. Cansey, Vice Chairman. We will give an update to Councilman Turtle about future meetings, and they as well will be a part of our meeting with Miss Gwendolyn, our ASAC individual that does the law enforcement police side of the justice services. So Miss Smith, Gwendolyn Smith, they will be as part of the conversation when we do have those meetings. So we're building a relationship to address the many concerns with the detention facility. So as time goes through, we will be given more in-depth reports and initiating detention facility programs in there as we once did before. They have a juvenile section. They lost 2 teachers, but are considering hiring another teacher for the juvenile section. They are on detail with 1 cook to assist the cooking portion of our inmates, but they are pretty staffed well, but they still have 4 more positions available. One of the things that they really stress is to get our tribal members to be a part of the workforce recruitment to work in the detention facility. So I strongly encourage our tribal members seeking that type of employment with the corrections. Please inform the Department of Justice or the law enforcement office. They will get you in touch, or we can pass along the numbers that we have for that to happen. So that is concluding my report for this month, and I will as well send it out to the newspaper for publication as well. So that will be a part of my report to the tribal membership. So one thing that the tribal council members have been considering is removing the curfew resolution. That will be in discussion in the next council meeting, and if possible, a rescinding of that resolution for the curfew portion of that. So it's work in progress. We're working towards that. So bear with us, and we will be giving updates as to that next process we take about the curfew. So I thank you for watching us and given the information that we possibly can get and the actions that we've taken. So we'll turn it over to our executive session at this time. So thank you, and have an enjoyable week, and have a tremendous evening. Thank you.